Yo, turn the lights down low and the drama up. She's late, she's loud, and she live. Woo! You already know who it is. Shades 2, baby. She back again. Crowd lit, vibe on 10. Shay walk in like we back again. News, tea, jokes and spins. She don't do small talk, she go in. From the headlines to the comment section. She call names with no correction. You tuned in, don't act brand new. It's late night, baby, she got that view.
It's late night with Shay.
She say what she want, and laughs all day. Look on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, hey, back again. She say what she want, and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. Popcorn ready, wig on alert. She dropped one line, and somebody hurt. Talk show queen with a side of roast. She run this thing from coast to coast. Late on purpose, still on time. She hit you with shade, then call it a rhyme. Talk smart, talk slick, talk flame. Say the name right, yeah, late night with Shay. She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. That's right. News, drama, laughs, whatever else you feel like. One mic, one queen. Late night with Shay. On Shay's too. She back again.
It's late night with Shay.
Yeah, she say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's too. Press replay. Like you thought I left, nah, I'm back again.
It's late night with Shay.
She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's too. Press replay. Like you thought I left, nah, I'm back again. Yeah.
Hold on, you guys. I got to take this 10-second timer off. I don't know how I managed to put this up on here. Okay, hold on. Let me take this off. How do you take this thing off of here? Maybe if you edit. Okay, let's see. Let me take that off of there real quick. Timer off. I made a mistake and put that up there. But anyway, oh God, welcome to Shay's Tube Late Night Owls. Welcome to Shay's Tube Late Night Owls Talk Time. Thank you guys so much for being here. Welcome to everyone in the bushes. Everyone who watched this and the replay. Over here in the chat, we got Jermaine representing for the Night Owls. And tonight, you guys, we are going to be talking about our discussion, finishing our discussion on Nolan Wells. And as you guys already know, today is his birthday. Okay, so we're going to, be talking about him tonight, And, I wish he was actually alive so he could have celebrated his birthday, but we still got him in our hearts and stuff. Okay. Anyway, before we start, let me go ahead and ask you guys to thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell notifications, share, leave a comment, and hype this video up. And if you want to show additional support for this channel, feel free to do a super sticker, super chat, Cash App donation at $Shades2, or copy yourself a membership for $4.99 per month, or you can buy yourself some jewels to give to Shades2. Okay. Other than that, thank you guys so much, and thanks to all who have donated. All right. So the copyright disclaimer is from across the screen. The entire copyright disclaimer is in my description area of my channel, or the bio, or where the bio is. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with this live, you guys. And don't forget the thumbs up when you come in. Okay, so we're going to look at some videos tonight. And we're going to talk about Jayvon's mom calling out lies regarding the cell phone and everything. We're going to talk about that and whatever other information that we, feel like we need to address in this live. Okay, so go get you guys a relaxing seat. If you are at work, continue to do your job or watch or listen to me on the download. And again, happy and blessed Tuesday night for the West Coasters, people on the East Coast and other coasts. Happy and blessed Wednesday. Let's go ahead and get started, you guys. All right, so I guess the first thing we should do is probably go over. Hold on, I got two different things, and I didn't realize this. Let's see what I got here real quick. Let's look over here and see what's going on. So before we start talking about the cell phone situation, okay, with Nolan Wells, okay, because we saw everything that went on, or at least we heard about everything that went on. We watched other videos, the lives, videos regarding the cell phone situation. I want to tell you guys, because I remember when we were talking about it, you guys is like, oh no, they're not going to be able to get the messages once, they are deleted, and etc. And I told you guys that's not true because nothing is ever, 100% deleted. So I got something here to read to you guys real quick. Hold on, let me put this up here. And I'm not doing a Carmelo Anthony update today. I'll do it later on because he is going into his hearing today, I believe. I think they said the 19th. But we will talk about that, Wednesday night when I come on, okay? Let's just do Nolan Wells. He would have been 19 years old too today. Oh, dang. Sad situation. Okay. Oh man, I put the wrong thing up here. Country Wayne, come on now. So anyway, regarding recovering deleted messages on your phone. Okay, so they can do that, and they did talk about that in some other lives that I was watching, regarding Nolan Wells' phone. So let's see here. So this is what happens to deleted messages. So I don't know if you guys knew, but text messages, they live inside a phone's database, okay? When messages are deleted by a user, they are moved into the free pages of the database, where they should reside until they are permanently removed. Now, the deleted messages can be recovered from this location, though you might not be able to determine the deletion date. But then again, you may, okay? Because I was watching another dude who does this with his company, and he did say that the date that they deleted the messages, it will show up. Now, an important consideration when dealing with deleted messages is the vacuuming of the database, which is when deleted data is purged from the database, either automatically by the provider or with the vacuum command. I didn't even know anything about that right there. Now, until that happens, the database size remains the same, okay? The key then is to get to the evidence as quickly as possible to recover the deleted messages from the free pages of the database. Now, they did say getting these files as soon as possible is crucial, as many modern phones vacuum quickly. Older phones, such as throwaway devices, may retain deleted data for longer, making recovery easier. That said, cloud data can be helpful as backups may contain duplicates of data that has been deleted on the device. And remember when I was telling you about the cloud, when we first learned of Nolan Wells unaliving and the phone and everything, and I was telling you those clouds store stuff. Even when you delete stuff, you can still find stuff. And not to mention just there, other places you can find it. Anyway, they do many different things to retrieve deleted messages, okay? They say you can use Cellbrite. I don't even know how you pronounce this. Insets Physical Analyzer. Okay, you can quickly scan for deleted data in the analyzed data model. So, and it just goes into more details about that. Okay, and it tells you how they do it and everything. And so I'm gonna tell you, you can go to Cellbrite.com and it goes over the whole process so you guys can read it, because this is a lot. I'm not gonna read all of this, is a lot. Let's see what they say about this right on. So some of the messages, they said some of the messages can't be recovered, but a lot of messages can. And like in Nolan's case, you know, they don't have to get everyone. They can just get a few, a couple. If you see a couple messages deleted, more than likely all of them probably was deleted. And depending on what they say, because in those couple of messages, it could basically indicate what happened. You just never know. And what about pictures and stuff like that? They may even recover that so they can see. And so it can also say that deleted messages indicate that someone consciously decided to remove information from their devices. This could show the intention to cover up data or eliminate incriminating evidence. So like I said, you may not get all of the messages, okay? But you could end up with some of them, enough to, you know, you may be able to use it. It can basically tell you stuff. Yeah, and he's just saying it right there. Basically, you may find enough that can help, you know, close up some things that you may not know, you know, like for example, Nolan stuff. He could, you know, it could uncover what exactly happened to him, or if he was talking to someone, if he got into a physical altercation, he could have even been texting someone, telling them about it. You see what I'm saying? Anything could happen. Because I still find it very weird that he didn't take any pictures or anything. You said, well, it's been over a month. Yeah, it has. The other dude said that those messages can still be recovered even after a month. I think he said it takes 30 days or longer for them to, for the phone to go, you know, rewrite, you know, over the, I think that's what he used, the terminology, over the deleted messages. Just like, oh God, what's his name? Miss Guthrie, Nancy Guthrie's, just like on her surveillance video thing, her Ring camera. She didn't have a subscription, right? So they said that it records, right? But it doesn't keep it. It just keeps on going back over, you know, recording over it. So with the messages, after the messages stay in your, wherever they be at on your phone, after they stay there, after a certain amount of time, I think that man said usually 30 days, sometime longer, it rewrites. Messages, you know, are used over that. I guess that's how you say, you know, if the new messages will cover that old stuff up. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's still possible, even though it's been over a month, that they can get some of the information enough to know that someone deleted the messages off the phone. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know about those apps for sure. I think I read about that already. Yes, some of the text won't be recovered, maybe, but maybe enough will be recovered where we can know or give some type of clue what happened to him. Now, as far as those third-party apps like WhatsApp, Snapchat, and all the other stuff, I think we went over that before. And even though, like, you know, with WhatsApp, it's kind of impossible, it still can be done, just like with Snapchat. Okay, even though those messages delete after 24 hours, something like that. But, you know, it's still not impossible to get some of that stuff. You may not get everything. And I told you all about that before. I think I said that you can get fragments of it. I can't remember exactly what I said. But yeah, we went over that. We talked about it. So I don't think anything you put online, I don't think that it's totally gone. Okay, because you have cases where they go and look at people's stuff and find out every damn thing, and people be thinking that it's gone and it's still there. So I just think it all depends. And if they just find out just enough, it could be two messages. But in those two messages, if it happened on the 4th of July, okay, it may tell us a lot. It's some reason why they did everything the way they did it, as far as telling Nolan's parents that they can hook up and all do the phone stuff together with the Nolan's parents, lawyer there, and whomever else, and then with the other people. There's some reason why they wasn't trying to do it that way. Okay? Because let me say this. If there is nothing to hide, why wouldn't you make sure that everything is revealed? If there is nothing to hide, why wouldn't you make sure everything is revealed? I wouldn't have no worries. Okay. I'd be like, okay, let's go ahead and take a look at this phone. We can meet up anytime this week. And that's what they did say. We can meet up anytime this week. But they claim, Nolan's team claimed that nothing has been set up. And we're going to listen to that video anyway. We're going to listen to all that tonight real quick, okay? In this hour and 15 minutes, somewhere around that time, okay? So let's go ahead and check out some of these videos and then react to some of those and stuff. If there is any music playing in any one of those videos, I'm not going to show it and stuff. But if y'all want to know more about that, like I said, go to Cellbrite. That's CELLEBRITE. And I can put it up in here too. Go to that and read all about it, So you can know that when you put something on your phone, or anywhere for that matter, it may not be totally gone. And I know that's to be true, because I remember one time some years ago, I was checking someone, right? And he deleted his messages, and I was able to go in there and get them. And that was off of Facebook, okay? And see, another thing they can do too, you can go and look at the computer. Computers talk their own language, right? But inside of that language, and I don't know if it still does this, but it was doing it back in 2017. You can go, it takes a long time you can go look at the computer language, right? And I forgot how I got to it. I can't remember. And you'll see the computer terminology. But in between that computer terminology, you can actually read your messages there. Okay, and I don't know if they can still do that, but yeah. And like they just said in this article, sometimes it does not be the entire message, and sometimes it does. A whole conversation. That's how I found out something about a person, because I sat right there. It took me at least a couple of days to go through all those little messages and things of that nature. So that's another way. And I don't know if they still do it that way, but I know probably back in the day they were doing it, back in 2017, because that's how I was able to expose someone that I had, friend of mine, just feel like that expose his lying that he was doing about his life and stuff, his lifestyle and stuff. So yeah. So I don't believe that everything is gone. I just don't believe that. You know what I'm saying? And clearly it's true, it's not. Hey, Mama Magazine, thank you so much for being here. Welcome to Shades 2. All right. So now, hold on. We're going to go through the first video in 1 second and see what Jermaine got for me. And then we're going to react to that. We're going to do it just like that. And this is Night Owls Live, y'all. Let's go ahead and do this. Let me make sure I share this stuff, because y'all know how I be at nighttime. It's so quiet, I forgot to put my music on. Okay, let me go ahead and do messages. So let's see what Jermaine got for us tonight. Hopefully they're still here. So let's see. So this is the the audio that they're talking about right here. So let's go ahead and take a look at this first.
Hey y'all, hey. I came across this audio of a young lady, potential witness, having a conversation with a podcaster, and they are described on the island, and she believes that this involves Nolan.
Thought they were MMA guys. So that was his exact words, and he was an eyewitness. He said that they left in a hurry.
What?
The MMA guys left in a hurry?
They left in a hurry after the altercation. He didn't say if they came back or if they just moved to another part of the
That
island.
was flying by or no? That was
No. When he was talking about the boat flying by, that was after we had gotten the information that Warren had made the call and the boat was sinking and all of that. And it was kind of like, did that happen or did it not happen? And he was able to say, I did see a boat and it was going extremely fast. He said it flew past them. And by the time that they made it up to where that boat was, it was stalled out.
Oh, it's almost like they got in a fight. Nolan got his neck broken by one of the MMA guys, and they were trying to get him help. So they were flying past, and then that's when we get the audio call and can hear everything that's going on.
She's actually describing what allegedly what Warren and regarding a fight and how they quickly left after said fight. And I think that this is something worth investigators looking into, because we seem to be getting all of this information, but nobody's investigating anything. Hey, I came across this audio of
and that is a hot mess because somebody else said to me that they believe that they did beat him up. And since I think Warren's brother is in MMA, okay, it would be easy, for him to use those moves on Nolan, allegedly, and something happens where, if you put him in the, what is that called? The chokehold or whatever the case is, you can pretty much, do some real damage. Okay, like breaking his neck, it's like they just said, or something like that, allegedly. Okay, so somebody said that to me already. So, anything is possible. Okay, anything is possible. You just never know. What do you guys think about what she just said? So you said they left immediately after Carter got into the fight. Probably so. More than likely, huh? I know one thing, this whole entire thing is weird. And I'll say this again. If you don't have any worries and you know that you are innocent, honestly, I would be very transparent, because I'll be like, okay, let me show you this, let me show you that, because I don't have anything to do with this. That's how I would be. You know what I'm saying? Right. They say around 4 or 4:30. Yeah, that's exactly what they said. This whole thing is weird. This is one of the weirdest cases I ever seen. And then somebody else came to me and said, they don't know for sure if it happened on the island. Okay? And like I did read another post that I read on my live where somebody said that it didn't happen on the island. It happened somewhere else at a house party or something. And then allegedly they beat him up on all that stuff and then put him in that boat and took him back out there. So I don't know if this is true or not. You said you think it was multiple altercations. It could have been. Yeah, in that other fight, they claimed that he was not involved. Remember, even a witness said they saw him. The other lady who said her and her husband was in a boat, they was getting ready to leave, she said that the friends were into an altercation. Nolan wasn't. So I don't know what to believe here. You know what I'm saying? So many different things that could have transpired that is plainly ridiculous. I don't know what happened. Some other people said, what if it wasn't the boys at all? And it was some other group of boys or something on the island that he got into it with. I don't know. It's just weird. The whole thing is weird because I don't understand, if he was left on the island, okay, they claim they got some witnesses, but why come these witnesses didn't say anything at first? All of a sudden, after that audio is out, then now the witness pop up. What happened to the witness before that? And why doesn't anyone have any pictures of him on the island then? And then after they saw him, then what happened to him still? What happened? What happened to Nolan Wells? Let's go to the next video, you guys.
Secret Service Sam here with a Nolan Xavier Wells update, and little birdies are saying, it's not been completely verified, but that I'm hearing that somebody who has an inside source is saying the DA's office in Mississippi is now looking at the Nolan Wells case as a criminal investigation and no longer an accidental drowning. Now, we can only pray that this is true. Obviously, we can't celebrate. We can't get excited at all because I have not seen Ben Crump announce this. It is not being reported by any other major media sources, but there are rumblings. And so we have to take rumblings. We have to take any little bits we can take. Remember, no stone unturned. We must look in every single direction. We must continue to keep the pressure on because they want us to forget about Nolan. And little do they know that will never happen. His name will be said for generations to come, and I will be part of making sure of that. So let me know what you guys think in the comments. If you have any other information, I would greatly appreciate it. I'll keep you updated if anything else comes in. Have a beautiful, wonderful day. I love you guys. Secret Service Sam out. Samson for president of the world. Secret Service Sam here with a Nolan Xavier Wells update.
So the thing about it, we definitely are going to keep on, keeping his name out there because, I don't feel like he just got in the water and drowned. I don't feel like that. And I hope I hope what he just said, it comes out to be true. Because I don't understand, again, how it could not be that way, okay? I don't know if the boys were involved or somebody else. We don't know, but the thing is, I don't believe he just was sloppy drunk and just got into the water, okay? I just don't believe that, okay? I do too. I don't believe that at all, Right, and then all of a sudden they saw after that audio. And another reason why I think something happened before the time that we think is because of that audio, okay? Because before that chick, Jeanette, before she enhanced the sound, when I first heard that audio, what I heard is, Nolan, get the F up or wake the F up or something like that. I can't remember. It was one of the two. And I heard the OMG thing. Oh my God. That was a female. Those are the two things that I heard. And if nothing weird was happening, why were they saying that? And it's not that I wanted to hear this because the thing is, I didn't know what to expect when the audio played. You see what I'm saying? It was not enhanced or anything else. So I didn't know what to expect. No captioning, no nothing. This is what we heard. And I played it right here on my channel. So with hearing just that, forget the rest of the audio, the enhanced version or anything. Just from listening to that, it doesn't sound like they were just having a friendly time out there in that water. Something went down. When, how, we don't know, but something went down. And I don't know if it's a cover-up as far as it was not a cover-up. I don't know if it's accidental or on purpose. But I know one damn thing, if it was an accident, it would have been best for whomever was there to come out and say, because eventually someone is going to crack. And let me tell y'all something. If the police were doing everything they could do, they would take everybody in the room by themselves and question them. And then you could tell a lot by taking each person in the room and asking a series of questions, point blank. And let's go to the next one.
And they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone that supposedly was in his truck or whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that, but I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister outside somewhere. They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start because Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth. Jayvon was like, "Hey, you better watch your tone. Like, don't get jazzy at the mouth."
Right.
Cause we trying to see what Nolan. Cause we trying to figure out why y'all seen y'all ass up here chilling and Nolan missing. So that's why I asked again, where's the phone? She's gone. That's when he told me she was gonna get it. I said, oh, she must have to go back to Horn Island truck outside. Now, mind you, we had to pass all the cars to walk in the house. It's just it's a bunch of lies. I don't feel the need to, like I said, when they go to the mentioning Jayvon, I'm gonna say and stand up behind mine every single time. As far as me and that nudge and shit, I don't feel the need to explain anything to any of y'all. And they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the
Let's see
water.
what she said again.
Wyatt did. I never
okay.
even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone that supposedly was in his truck or whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that, but I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister outside somewhere. They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start because Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth. So my son Jayvon was like, "Hey, you better watch your tone. Like, don't get smart, my mama."
Right.
Cause we trying to see what Nolan. Cause we trying to figure out why y'all seen y'all ass up here chilling and Nolan missing. So that's when I asked again, where's the phone? She's gone. That's when he told me she was gonna get it. I said, oh, she must have to go back to Horn Island truck outside. Now, mind you, we had to pass all the cars to walk in the house. It's just it's a bunch of lies. I don't feel the need to, like I said, when they go to the mentioning Jayvon, I'm gonna say and stand up behind mine every single time. As far as me and that nudge and shit, I don't feel the need to explain anything to any of y'all.
Okay, I heard that and stuff. I was trying to read that message over. Let me see if I can stop it and read it. Hold on.
And they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been.
I don't know why it keeps doing that.
Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone that supposedly was in his truck or whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that, but I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister.
So what y'all got to say about that right there? I don't know why it plays double like that. Let's see. It's crazy because Warren said in that interview he wasn't even there, right? Isn't that crazy? Right. That's weird, I guess. I don't know what these boys be talking about, okay? I don't know what they be talking about. It's like it's something different every time. Let me see. There was one comment that I want to read to you guys that I just took a picture of because it was double speaking. Hold on. So, hold on. Okay, this person said proof. They opened his phone because if Nolan's mom kept calling them at 10:57 p.m. and Warren called her back, then please tell me how did he get Nolan's mom's number if they couldn't get in his phone or not unless they used his face reckoning or fingerprint, and how you know that he was with them when they left that island. Right. That's kind of weird, right? There's a lot of stuff that they said, and I was like, what? And like I said, they don't stay consistent either. I don't understand why they don't question each one of those boys in Katie separately in the room to find out exactly what happened to this dude. He got the number from Jayvon. Okay. But what about the rest of the stuff the girl said or the dude said that I just read? Let's go back to it. They said, how do you know that he was with them when they left that island? See, that goes back to someone saying that maybe something happened to him at that house or wherever they were at. No, they said, how do you know they was with them when they left that island? how he know that he was with them when they left the island, right? How would he know that? But also too, like I just said, somebody was like saying, how do we know for sure that he even went to that island? But I said, what about the picture that they showed? Nancy Gray showed a video, I think, or pictures of him walking to the boat or something like that. And that was him. You know what I'm saying? Because I looked at it. There's at least two, I think. Right. That's what she claimed. The other Katie is the one who was at the house, right? This one right here, right? The whole thing is weird. Let me go to the next video, you guys. Let's hear what she's talking about.
I want to make something very clear before I even have this conversation with you guys. I am not looking for anything horrible to have happened to Nolan. We would love for every unanswered question to have an innocent explanation. But wanting an innocent explanation does not mean that we are going to ignore the questions that remain. This is the moment that you should either exit, or if you can stomach what I am going to show you and talk about, then you are more than welcome to stay. Now we're going to talk about the fisherman who was also found in the same Gulf water. And it's important to me because I've been thinking about the differentiations of the decomposition of both bodies of that of Nolan Wells and to the fisherman. Now, the fisherman, when he was found, he had been in the water for over a week. However, he did not show any signs of aquatic scavenging on his face. I'm not alluding to anything, but hear what I'm saying. Now, knowing that Nolan and this fisherman's body, well, the fisherman's body was in the water roughly about a week. Nolan, obviously, we know was less than 48 hours. And I just thought how crazy, because even Brian Thatcher said that he could not believe how badly decomposed Nolan's body was compared to that of a fisherman who had been in the water for over a week. It's not the same time, but right? They should decompose at relatively similar rates unless their microenvironments and physical state when entering the water were completely different.
Right.
Now, if we assume that the environment was identical, forensic pathologists look at specific biological reasons why Nolan's body was degraded exponentially faster than 48 hours over that of the fisherman who was in the water for over a week. Now, the first thing is the influence of open perimortem wounds. The presence of open wounds before entering the water can drastically alter the timeline. The fisherman, if the fisherman drowned accidentally without any physical trauma, his skin remained a completely sealed, intact barrier. Water and external bacteria could not easily get inside. That traps the gas inside of his body, causing it to massively blow up like a balloon, but keep it underlying tissue protected from rapid eternal decaying. Now, when we're talking about Nolan Wells, if a person has any pre-existing injuries, even deep bruising, lacerations, or fractures, a skin barrier is already compromised. Open wounds acts as an immediate magnet for marine scavenging. Bacteria and aquatic microfauna will bypass the skin entirely and aggressively target those wound sites, completely disrupting the normal bloating timeline and causing accelerated localized tissue destruction in a matter of hours. Now, for me, if aquatic scavenging is being offered as an explanation for Nolan's postmortem condition, where is that conclusion documented? Because what specific findings were attributed to scavenging, and how were those findings distinguished from trauma and ordinary decomposition? That's a legitimate question that I'm asking, especially because the endopathologist himself repeatedly emphasized marked decomposition, limitations of the second autopsy, and unexplained deep occipital finding and unanswered questions, rather than declaring that all unusual findings resulted in aquatic scavenging. Those are my questions. Now, what specific changes on Nolan's body was attributed to aquatic scavenging? What organisms activity produced them? And what findings distinguished those changes from the decomposition or the injury? Okay. And that's where the second autopsy becomes interesting.
Okay.
Now, the conflict over the missing neck structure, a massive point of contention in Nolan's specific case, involves what was actually left of his body during the autopsy when independent pathologist Dr. Roger Mitchell conducted the second autopsy on July the 10th. He noted a critical and highly unusual limitation. Now, the fact that these internal throat structures were missing or unexaminable creates two competing forensic theories that directly relate to the observation that I have been looking into. The scavenging theory, proponents of the accidental drowning theory argue that aggressive aquatic life entered through the mouth, throat, and completely hollowed out of the soft tissues around the neck within the 48 hours. The trauma theory is the family and forensic experts questioned if those specific throat structures were heavily damaged before he went into the water. If severe trauma occurred to the neck and or throat, it would create an immediate site of massive internal bleeding and tissue tearing, giving scavengers a direct highway into the neck and causing that area to decompose and strip away at a terrifying rapid pace compared to an uninjured body. Now, this is just my theory, and these are just my thoughts. After thinking about the aquatic scavenging that had taken place on Nolan, I was thinking like, man, what would cause that type of aquatic scavenging to his body? And again, it says that because the only way that a body could endure that much scavenging at the time of the water contact was that he already had to have had an open wound to create an entryway for fish, bacteria, things of that nature, in order for it to start eating him up in the manner in which he was found. Now, the massive disparity is exactly why Dr. Mitchell officially ruled Nolan's cause and manner of death as undetermined. The pathologist simply could not look at a body with that level of accelerated 48-hour destruction and definitively rule out intervention, non-accidental factors, meaning foul play. He could not rule out foul play because his body was so badly decomposed. Now, because the state medical examiner's office held back the internal front neck structure, throat, trachea, and larynx during the initial autopsy, Dr. Mitchell could not look for corresponding neck fractures or strangulation marks to contextualize the skull redness. That forced him to rule the official cause and manner of death as undetermined, explicitly noting that he could not rule out foul play because those things were not given to him. I want to make something very clear before I just my theory.
And that's why that neck area was still, it wasn't provided back for the other medical, I mean, it could have been for the other medical examiner to see it. Because of what she's saying could be a possibility. And his body had decomposed in that manner. And she's saying that maybe he had some type of injury or cut or whatever the case is before he went into the water, which would have given the bacteria or whatever that's in the water, you know, easier route to get throughout the body. So that's probably another reason, like I just said, why they did not, you know, include that back and put it back inside of the body so the other medical examiner to look at it, because I mean he or she would clearly know if Nolan was injured before he went into that water and possibly unalive before he went into that water or what. Because like I told y'all before, you can easily tell that too, because if he was unalive before he went into the water, there wouldn't be that much stuff in his system like it would be if he was alive in the water. And we definitely talked about that too. Right. You say Katie, the mom is involved, I think, in some type of way, allegedly. Yeah, and the grandpa. Could be. Right, 38 hours. And I told you the process the body goes through when the person get into the water too and everything. I went over all of that. You would be able to tell because they will lay lava, right? Some organism will stay in the body and can be seen under a microscope, but I don't see decompression that fast only because of salt water, right? So the thing is that he could have had injuries before, and hopefully, you know, they be truthful and say that if that's what they see and not lie, because you have to put yourself in Nolan's parents' position. How would you feel if that was your child? And they need to do the same thing. Let's put aside race and all this other bull crap. What if that was your child? That's why I don't understand how people are mad at her, trying to make it look like they are, I don't know, not they try to make it look like they, I don't know, just the whole thing is weird, okay? They just lost a son. Okay, so why is it that people are doing the most? is saying the most about these people. Like, I mean, if you lose your child and you know for sure, or you think it wasn't an accident, wouldn't you be out there trying to figure out what happened to your child or what? So the thing is, I don't understand why people keep acting like it's not normal for her and her husband to want a second autopsy. They want their people there when the phone is checked and stuff, analyzed. Okay, they want their people there so they can make sure they don't try to do no trickery stuff, because we know good and damn well, what's up, Tony Vance, that people do trickery, okay? And they definitely got a reputation. Allegedly, they have a reputation. You know, the medical examiner, all of them. So the thing is, you know, you got to, you know, make sure you do what you need to do to make sure that the truth is revealed. Okay, point blank. Now let's go to the next video. So this is her again.
Well, we actually have proof that Grandpa Jerry was actually on Horns Island as well, which makes sense why he was able to call the captain, because he physically was watching him. Now, who was Wyatt on the phone with? Well, we know he was on the phone with Cito Call, but let me show you Grandpa Jerry.
There he is right there.
White-haired old man. Look, I just want you.
And she also gave us a little specialty on Wyatt. And Now, I thank her for that treat, because we all been asking the same question. Where is Wyatt? Why haven't we heard from Wyatt? Where are his boats that one we know was missing from the MDMR report? We just have no information, no nothing on him. He is seemingly in the dark, like he's just disappeared somewhere. So where is he? And why haven't we heard from him? Just asking. My opinions, just asking. And thank you, Miss Trina. Thank you, Queen. I appreciate you. Well,
and that's one of the questions we were asking too. Why is it that only Warren and Tristan and Jayvon, why are they the only people speaking out? And Katie spoke, you know, said some things, you know, through her sister or someone. You know, honestly, if this was my friend, okay, and he became missing and then unalive, I could, if I didn't have anything to do with this, and I don't know anything about this, I could actually just talk to the investigators or whatever case is and let them know exactly what happened if nothing really transpired. And I wouldn't be tripping out with YouTubers and stuff either, because the reason why YouTubers are coming out saying the things they're saying is because they're looking at the damn interviews this dude keeps on doing. Okay? So the thing is, if you don't want to bring attention to yourself, why do you keep on doing interviews? It's like you're trying to persuade people to believe you. If you know you are innocent and you didn't do any damn thing, you don't really need to say anything. Then you don't give people any type of reasons to be saying. They can still say things, but to be going in depth like some people go. And some people make up false allegations while some believe what they are saying. You know, and again, why didn't Wyatt do an interview? I do not know. I do not know. You say you don't trust Katie either? I don't really trust none of these people, because, I mean, including the police or anything else, because I just don't. And you said show a picture of him and Katie. That's what I'm talking about. You know, if you're out on a island, you're chilling and stuff, don't you think that if you and the girl are vibing together or whatever, or you think you're vibing, you'd be like, let me get a picture of you. Let's get a picture together. You're going to be doing all of that. You said you do think the mixed and black boys are innocent. Yeah, I don't believe Jayvon did anything, or Tracy. I don't believe they did anything. But then again, you never know. I don't think Jayvon did, though, at all. But you never know about the other dude, okay? You just never know what people do. But I know one damn thing, if the shoe was on the other foot, if a white kid would have went with black kids and then come back and end up being unalive, Shit. Y'all, it would be a hot ass mess because, you know, all these people would be in jail right now. Okay? They would be in jail. We need the same energy for when one of our kids or friends or whatever get, you know, unalive. We need the same energy. Let's see this one.
Negative. We're in route to the judge's house. You said y'all are in route to the judge's house or from the judge's house? En route to the judge's house. That's what I feel on. Appreciate it. 32, finish up whatever you got down here. Do you have all the information from this 1050? 1024, 108, J2. House. Negative, we're en route to the judge's house now. You said y'all are en route to the judge's house or from the judge's house? En route to the judge's house. That's 10-4, I keyed up on you. Appreciate it. 10-4. 32, finish up with whatever you got and get down here. Currently dealing with a potential missing person. Do you have all the information from this 1050? 10-4. 1024, 108, J2.
If this is a true 911 alleged, you know, if this is true, that 911 call, okay, that would be displaying a mess. Why would they be going to the judge's house if this is true? Because we don't know if that audio is true. With all this damn AI stuff and everything, we just don't know. That's why we're using the word allegedly. So why did they go there? Right, that's weird. Right, why? If that audio is true. Because the group was headed there so they can find out. That's the real audio? Okay. So they going there. They could have been going there. Could have. Okay. So they can figure out a plan to cover up something. Huh? It's weird. That is crazy. But we still got to use allegedly. You know, even if it is real. So let's go to the next video. Just tripped out. These TikTok people be on it, don't they, y'all? Wait a minute. Damn, I didn't turn off the dang on thing. Over here. Let's see what else we got. So what's going on here? So they showing this again. Let's see.
Now, I want you to look at this diagram carefully. We're talking about a 24-foot trident, and what matters here is understand that what you see standing on the deck is not the entirety of the boat. This illustration separates the potential under-deck areas by color. Blue represents the boat storage area. That's the forward section of the vessel underneath the deck towards the nose of the boat. Depending on the exact trident model, this area can contain enclosed storage access through deck hatches. Red represents the large central underdeck area. This is underneath the forward and middle portion of the deck. In this illustration, it's the largest enclosed area shown, but I want to be extremely clear. The red figure is there to illustrate scale and possibility. It's not evidence that Nolan was inside that compartment. Green represents the area underneath and around the center console and leaning post section. On boats of this type, portions of this area may be occupied by things such as the fuel tank, plumbing, wiring, storage, or other structural components. The exact configuration depends on the specific model. And finally, the purple represents the aft compartment, the rear of the boat near the transom and outboard motor. That area commonly contains batteries, electrical equipment, pumps, rigging, or storage. And that's why the exact boat matters. When somebody argues if Nolan had been on that boat, everybody would have seen him lying on the floor. My question is much more specific. Which floor, which compartment, which hatch, and was every accessible space on this particular 24-foot trident documented and searched? This diagram doesn't prove that Nolan was underneath the deck. It shouldn't be presented as proof. What it does illustrate is why looking at a photograph of people standing above deck cannot by itself tell us what was or wasn't inside every enclosed portion of that vessel. So I don't want speculation. I want the exact Triton model. I want its factory layout. I want the measurements of those compartments, and I want to know which.
Okay, so the thing is like I said, not like I said, but like she said.
Now I want you to look at this diagram carefully. We're talking about a 24.
Underneath that boat, where she just showed us, where's the storage thing, you can clearly, as you can see, hide someone's body there. But another question is this right here. That's why I don't believe that something actually happened on that boat, because you can't convince me that nobody would have seen that. Okay, they didn't see that. I mean, you can't convince me that someone did not see that. So I don't know. I don't know. You say I think Jayvon and them were headed there after Jax to look for Nolan. Probably so. And that's nothing too. If your friend does not come back at a certain time, how could you be sitting there chilling? Just chilling, like everything is okay. And don't tell me because, oh, I thought that Nolan was going to a friend's house. Wouldn't your friend still call you to let you know they're there so you wouldn't be worried or concerned? Wouldn't your friend call and let you know that? If he's with a girl, he can use her phone to call and let y'all know, I'm good, I'm with this girl that I linked up with. So if you don't get that phone call, text, or whatever, the first thing I would be saying, let's go back out here to this damn island to see if Nolan is still there and see if we need any help, because we don't know where he's at. Right, definitely on that boat. You can definitely hide somebody in that boat right there. You know? But the thing is, what I'm more concerned about is the fact that if they had this altercation on this boat, so you mean to tell me nobody else was out there unless everybody else who was out there is covering up this too? Right, and that's the boat that girl was talking about, another boat. Is that what's his name boat? Okay, you said it's the Trident. Okay. Now, who was that took off in that boat and left quickly after the first altercation? I'm gonna take that off. I gotta have the necklace on. And while y'all think about that, let me go to the next video. Now that video probably will disappear off my channel once they do a copyright claim. And so make sure y'all watching this now, because that will be off of there.
Breaking news update to the Don Lemon Show newsroom. Nolan Wells' family says that they are ready to turn over his cell phone for a joint forensic examination this week. Their attorney, Ben Crump, says the family's experts are on standby and they've given the district attorney 4 days to choose from. Now, the family says this is exactly what both sides agreed to back in July, on July 15th. Their experts, the DA's experts, and possibly even the FBI examining the phone together. And that matters because there's been a lot of back and forth over whether the family was cooperating. Crump says they are. Their message now is pretty simple. We're ready. The phone is ready. Pick a day and let's do it. The family believes that Nolan's phone could contain critical information about his final hours. So hopefully this finally moves the case forward. Let me know what you think. Breaking news update to the Don Lemon Show newsroom. Nolan Wells' family
if they can all
ready to turn over his cell phone for.
If they can all do what they agreed upon, okay? Because last I checked, it said that they supposed to have met up together on a certain date, and of course, on July the 15th, I believe, or August the 15th, or somewhere around the time, I can't remember exactly, and that didn't happen, okay? Next thing they know, they get a call while they're out of town at some type of conference or something, saying, turn over the phone. But that was an agreement. The agreement was for Nolan's family to come along with her people and then go there so they can examine the phone together and right there in front of Nolan's parents, so they won't think that something weird went on. So if you don't have anything to hide and you know there's nothing to hide, why they can't come together and watch the phone being checked out? So that's why a lot of people think, he was unalive. Okay, let's keep it real. That's why a lot of people think he was unalive, because of all the shaky shit everybody is doing. Inconsistent stories, weird shit. These people are doing weird things. Okay, again, I don't know if the boys had anything to do with this or not, or someone else. But if your friend stays on the island because you want to hook up with some daggone girl, at a certain time, if your friend is not back, common sense would tell you to pick up the phone and try to see if he was with anybody else that you may know of. Okay. Go out to the damn island to see if you see him. All of these things would have came to my mind. And plus I would have called the police. Right, they're moving very, very crazy. You wouldn't be up there watching no damn movie. You would be up there looking for your damn friend. If you say that we love him so much, he was likable, everybody liked him. You're saying all these things. It seems like you would go out there to look to see if you see him on a boat or whatever the case is. Plus, in my opinion, they should have asked them, Nolan, what time you gonna hit us up? What time you coming back? So when he does not return at that time, then you can start, doing whatever comes next for you. So let's go and look at the next video, y'all. So I think the whole thing is just like you just said. They're moving crazy and it's plainly ridiculous. And I still believe it's a cover-up. I just do, because the police is not doing everything they should be doing, in my opinion. I just don't think so. Well, let's go and watch her. And we're going to look at the other one too.
Well, if you guys are seeing this, they banned my main account. Just happened. Yep. Well, if you guys are seeing this, they banned my main account. It just happened.
They banned her account with this cray-cray. And that's because she was speaking a lot of truth. Anytime you're speaking things, or even if just speaking information, I wouldn't necessarily say everything she said the truth, but if you're just presenting information that makes people start sweating, yeah, they're going to try to do everything they do. They are going to go through all the resources they can to try to get your ass off the line so you won't be exposing them, point blank. So let's go and look at this next one that she did right here.
Oh my God, watch.
Oh, this is actually just Bree right here. Okay, let's see. What you see? That's the fight. Where you see feet up in the air? Right there in the water.
Oh my God, watch. Oh my God, watch.
But so that's the feet in the air right there, right? Okay. I don't know who this is. They feet up in the air or anything. I don't know who that is. I don't know. Because it doesn't look like Nolan, but I don't know. And plus they said Nolan wasn't in the altercation. But it doesn't look like his legs. That looks like a white person. I mean, I can't tell 100%, but it just looks like that to me. So I don't know for sure. She definitely was on their butt. If they said he was with a girl, why would they think he was missing? The reason why they would think that he's missing is because if he doesn't show back up at a certain time, that's why they should have asked him, what time you going to link back up with us? And so if he does not show up at that time, then that's when you start trying to figure out where he's at, start hitting him up. Or, if you know the girl he was with at that time, Katie, you figure out how you can get in contact with her to see what happened. Or, whomever, other friends or whatever. And then if you can't find out, you would think you would jump back in your boat and head out there to that damn island to see what's up. Right, you can't really tell about that for sure. That could be anything. You know how sometimes in the water they have those balls and stuff sticking up the daggone water. It could be that. Right, and that's another thing. You're right. That could have been someone diving in the water. You know what? More than likely, that's probably what it is. Because I'm saying this again. The dude does not look black, okay, at all. So that's why I like being on here on this channel. Because when we see stuff, we tell the truth about it. We ain't trying to pretend to get views and shit. You know what I'm saying? We telling the truth. Yeah. Anyway, I need to look that picture up and put it on my phone so I can see it there too. But like you said, they probably diving in the water. You know how it goes after that. Okay, let's go ahead and look at the next one. This is Jay.
And they sent me to his house, which that boat never been in the water. Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone that supposedly was in his truck or whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that. But I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister outside somewhere. They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start, because Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth. So my son Jayvon was like, "Hey, you better watch your tongue." Like, I'm smart, my mom.
So we saw that before, okay? So we know how that went. Let's look at this one.
Wait, so it turns out the Snapchat information is really the key to bust this case wide open.
Right.
Nolan's friend's mom just came out speaking on something that was odd with the Snapchat location her son and Nolan shared. This is crazy. Listen to this. Tell me what you think, but I'm going to tell you what don't make sense about this situation. And I don't like it. Listen.
Now, here's the weird thing to me. This is what stands out to me the most. When we found out that Nolan was missing, my son immediately snapped him, and then Christine messaged him back and said, "I have Nolan's phone now." This was at 12:53, according to the screenshot that I have. This was at 1:53 in the morning. Okay. Mm-hmm. So he, for whatever reason, I don't know if he was going to, I don't know why he took the screenshot, to be honest with you. I think it was maybe even a God thing. But he took a screenshot of Nolan's location on Snapchat because they shared locations with each other. And on that screenshot, it shows Nolan basically in the middle of the Gulf, like right off of Horn Island. It said that he had been at that location for 13 hours, which would make sense if you just back up that timeline. That would make sense around the time that they would have arrived at the island. But what was weird was that his location didn't change. It said that he was last active an hour prior to that. And my son, I think it said it was like 53 minutes that 53 minutes prior to that my son had sent him a snap. So,
wait, so it turns out the Snapchat information is really the,
like I said before, I mean, like somebody said in the comment section, all this new stuff, all the stuff everybody is seeing, and the police are just not, it doesn't look like they are doing that much. It just really looks like they're not doing that much with this case. And it looks like something is not being truthfully done. Okay, we're going to put it like that. Let's go ahead and go to the next one. But I'm glad Jayvon's mom is talking. So this is that mysterious letter that I've been hearing about on social media. Let's check this out.
Service Sam here with a Nolan Xavier Wells update, and there's this odd letter. It looks like a letter. It looks like a journal the internet. Let me know what you guys think. It says July 4th. We go to the party, the island. We had alcohol. I may have drank half, if not a whole seltzer throughout the entire time. Was worried about returning for his second season, and he didn't want to ruin his chances. Cell service sucks here. Imagine something happening to you and not being able to call out for help. Nolan side eyes and dismisses the comment. Nolan snaps a photo or a video of scenery or something. Wyatt had been sniffing the bug shug all morning. Wyatt tries to grab his phone and has to put it, and Nolan jerks his phone because this feels like what would lead to Nolan's death later. Approximately 12 hours later, Nolan was already hanging on an inkling he shouldn't go to the pool party. Him and Wyatt have had some animosity for a while because Nolan was back and forgave easily and didn't hold grudges. He was the peaceful friend, the conflict solver in most of his social group. He had several, maybe 3 friends, grumps. I can't read the rest of that. Nolan was only put on the boat to be transferred back to the island around 3 to 5 a.m. July 6th. That's why he wasn't found initially on the island. He was stored somewhere cool and dark to keep from decompositioning a minute, but it was summer. He already started to have a hint of smell permeating the shaded area. It's an area of property him and his friends hiked or hung around in. And yes, it's one of his friends' properties. Somebody got a farm or hiking trail, maybe both. Somebody cried. Somebody is scared to speak. Somebody was threatened. All of them are being haunted. Nolan decided to unfriend this group and they couldn't accept it. The ultimate motive. Again, Service Sam here with a Nolan Xavier Wells update. And there's this odd letter. Let me know.
Like I was saying before, someone else wrote a similar message, and I read it here. I still got the message anyway. And they were saying something similar. That's why, it makes me wonder if something actually happened on the island, or did it happen before? Well, somewhere around that time. I don't know. Not that it happened before, because they do have pictures of him walking, but there's something, I don't know. I just don't know. This whole story is weird as hell, because of, just say if something, okay, so they went to that party. So that's right. So they could have went to the island, right? And then afterwards, they went to the party. So the person that sent a message, not a message to me, but posted it, said something similar. They said that, let me get this right now. They said that Nolan did go to that party. He left on the boat with them or someone else. And he did go to the party, and something popped, a fight broke out, popped off at the party. And they said that they all jumped him and beat the crap out of him. He was over there spitting up blood or something like that, if I got this right. Okay. And then they said after they got through beating him up, allegedly, all this is allegedly, they beat him to unalive point. And then this person said they took them to like this person said in this message, somewhere that they can store him in a cool place. And then they put him back on that boat when it was late and dumped his body. Okay, so this is someone, is that the same person? I do not know. I guess. So let's go ahead and go to the next one, you guys. Let's see what she's doing here.
All right, after this, I'm probably going to take a couple days off. After the last couple of days. Now we know for sure that there was storage in the bow of the boat. All right, so now at this point, I am pretty sure that the Triton was there all day. They didn't switch out the boats. And I'm also pretty certain at this point that this is a real video, because there's one single frame where you can see Bart's boat and you can also see the toes of somebody like dangling them off the water. So if the picture or video were AI, it would be a really bizarre thing for it to just kind of throw in. But there's zero question in my mind that this video has been altered. So then the question becomes, why would they alter this video? And the only thing that logically makes sense to me is to alter the identity of the 2 girls. Because if Carter is the boy in red, Wyatt is the boy in the American shorts, Bart's brother Brooke being the one in the navy blue shorts, and then Ike being the one in the teal shorts. Then we've got Warren up here with somebody in this red striped swimsuit and the girl in the teal swimsuit with the backwards hat. So in this picture, this would be Brooks, this would be Ike, this would be Wyatt, this would be Warren, which would leave this to be Carter. Now, whoever this is seems.
Hold on, let me do this over again, guys. Maybe it won't be playing double.
All right, after this, I'm probably going to take a couple days off because my brain needs a rest after the last couple of days. Now we know for sure that there was storage in the bow of the boat. Thinking about it a lot from the timeline that we have been told. I am pretty sure that the Triton was there all day. They didn't switch out the boats. And I'm also pretty certain at this point that this is a real video because there's one.
It's going to keep on doing that. Let's see. So she's pretty good right there. Like I said before, I'm not going to finish paying hers because keep on freezing or whatever the case is. But put aside all the stuff that we just seen. If we just think about, you know, when they start talking originally during interviews and everything, does that story sound right? Just ask yourself that for real. Just forget about everything we have heard and just go back to when Warren and Tristan did the first interviews, you know, how they were talking, how, you know, everything they were saying, the information we knew before then. Does it sound like he just went out there and drowned because he was intoxicated? You said, I think that's why they grabbed Jayvon's phone too, because he probably taped something too, unless it was a black versus, you know, altercation. And the YT took the phone to play like cat and mouse games. You never know. And that's what we think. We don't know for sure, remember, because first and foremost, it doesn't say he had any type of marks on him or whatever the case is, but how do we know they're telling us the truth? That's what you don't know. And I guess the parents would say they saw bruising on Nolan's body in the other medical examiner. So that may, you're right, that may paint the picture that is not true. Okay? But the real question is, though, it could be true. Because remember this, when the second medical examiner got the body was so decomposed even more so. So how do we know that if you have bruises, I'm just wondering, would the bruises still be visible? Let me take the, let me type this into it and see. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. Let me see after 8 days. Let me see if I can pull anything up. Well, they said it can appear out there unalive. Let's see. I'm looking at this stuff on here. I don't know what happened. Let me type it back in there. Yeah. Let's see what's going on here. So they say you will still be able to see that. So this second medical examiner didn't say anything about any type of bruising, and that would basically prove that can't be true. Unless, because I mean, I can't imagine someone getting into an altercation, right? And they do not have any type of bruising. Because even just say if all of them jumped him and they threw him down or whatever case is, he would still have some type of defensive wounds. And if he's getting slammed around, he would have some bruising, right? So you said, but it could have been a single blow or chokehold. But even if it was that, So in order to do the chokehold, you have to push the person down, on the ground somehow. But when you still have some type of bruise on you, because we don't know exactly where this happened, because if it happened on a boat, probably would have some type of bruising. But what if it happened? If we say it would happen somewhere like at a party, I still think some kind of bruising would be there if you fall, if somebody knock you out, because you're going to hit your face. And they did say something was in the back of his head, but they don't know for sure if that's from pooling of the blood or if it's from, some type of trauma or something. They do not know. At least they're not telling us. Yeah, it was the arms. I forgot what you call it. They sure do. They could have been just bickering, right? And then, I don't know, y'all. This is weird because there's so many different scenarios you can come up with. Now, according to that girl that I read her message, she claims that they jumped him and he was spitting out blood. Okay, but if he was spitting out blood and they jumped him, then that means that he would have marks. Unless he did have marks. And they're covering up. But the thing is, when they sent that, and maybe that's the reason why it took a while to get the body to the other state. But when you look up the story and stuff about this, they use another reason why the body was delayed in regards to moving Nolan up to another state or something to get another medical examination. So I don't know. I don't know for sure. I think if he was in an altercation, he would have some type of bruising. They could knock him out. They could hit him and put him in a chokehold. I still think, especially that type of chokehold, I still think he would have some type of bruising. But maybe only bruising he suffered is the one in the back of his head. And nowhere else. You just never know. Let's see what else we got here. And we've been on here for an hour and 22 minutes. That time goes by so quick, and it's 12:50. So another 10 minutes, we're going to get out of here, you guys. That's why I'm getting tired, see. Let's see what else we got here. That video is not here anymore. So this is from last week. I think that's it for right now. Yeah, I think we looked at all this. I don't know, this is that interview right there. So let me go to TikTok. Let's look at this mom talk about the cell phone thing real quick. Thank you, Jermaine, for all those videos, okay? Oh, man. Let's see. I think I spelled that right. Let's see. Okay, so let's look at this right here. So let's look at him first, because they want Nolan Wells' mom to turn over that phone. And like I told you before, it was agreed allegedly that Nolan Wells' mom and dad and their lawyers and whomever else supposed to meet up with the other people to examine the phone together so they can make sure nothing weird happens. Okay? Then somehow they call out of the blue and want her to turn over the phone immediately. And they weren't there. They were out of, town or whatever the case is. But then when they came back, they still say that, they're open to the phone being analysis, to be analyzed. They're open to that, right? But they said that the other people, they're not basically, cooperating. So let's go ahead and listen to what he's going to say. First, let's listen to her. Let me see who I want to say. First, let's listen to her talk about the cell phone. Then we're going to go to the next one, okay?
The boys were pulling up the location from Snapchat. So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life 360 location. So when I pulled up Life 360, it was different. It was showing everywhere the phone had been. Like it had, I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land. Like I'm not, he's like, but no, he didn't come back with us.
And then this video of this, you can hear an argument going where Nolan is saying, give me my freaking phone. What are you freaking doing?
The boys were pulling up the location from Snapchat. So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life 360 location. So when I pulled up Life 360, it was different.
This is why she wants her own people or want them all to be together when they look at the phone, when they examine the phone, okay? But she does not trust them. I mean, clearly you can imagine why she doesn't trust them. So yeah, I would want my people there so we can make sure that they examine the phone right, and that if they uncover information or whatever the case is, that they actually reveal it and not try to cover it up. So I definitely understand why she would want to have her people there too. Okay, let's go ahead and look at let me see which one I want to show. Let's show Nancy Grace.
Family is now seemingly being accused of wrongdoing because they haven't handed the phone over yet. What happened back on, I've got a big note here, phone July 15. Isn't that when the family had a meeting and said, yes, you can have the phone, but they want independent examiners there at the same time, right? Tell me July 15, what happened?
July 15th, the attorney for the parents of Nolan met and said, yes, we want to give over the phone, but we want someone in the middle here, someone from the outside, an expert to analyze the phone. It appeared everyone agreed. Then all of a sudden they get a letter saying, we want the phone and you have 24 hours to send it over. The DA sent that. And the parents were out of town and said, wait, we don't have the time to do that. Hence the narrative that they're not cooperating. Now, they say, Nolan's parents, look, we have our experts on standby. This week, pick a day. And not to mention, on the 19th would have been Nolan's 19th birthday. A difficult week for the family, but they say, hey, we'll give up his cell phone. We want someone, a mediator, if you will, an expert in the middle.
The family is now seemingly...
Like I said, there is nothing wrong with them wanting that done like that. It sounds like to me that they try to railroad them. Okay, you send the DA send a message or whatever the case is, tell them to bring and turn over the phone. Now you got 24 hours when they had already made up, a date and everything. They discussed it already. I don't blame her for not turning that damn phone over. Please, let's get together like we said originally and do it that way. If they don't have anything to hide, I don't understand what the problem is. So let's see. Let's look at this one.
The family is now seemingly being accused of wrongdoing because they haven't handed the phone over yet. What happened back on, I've got a big note here, phone July 15. Isn't that when the family had a meeting and said, yes, you can have the phone, but they want independent examiners there at the same time, right? Tell me July 15, what happened?
July 15th, the attorney for the parents of Nolan met and said, yes, we want to give over the phone, but we want someone in the middle here, someone from the outside, an expert to analyze the phone. It appeared everyone agreed. Then all of a sudden they get a letter saying, we want the phone and you have 24 hours to send it over. The DA sent that. And the parents were out of town and said, wait, we don't have the time to do that. Hence the narrative that they're not cooperating. Now, they say, Nolan's parents, look, we have our experts on standby. This week, pick a day. And not to mention, on the 19th would have been Nolan's 19th
Right.
birthday. A difficult week for the family, but they say, hey, we'll
And
give up his cell phone. We want.
And I know we just saw that the same video. I thought it was something different, but the thing is, I think they were cooperating, and I think they are trying to once again, you know, railroad them. Because I mean, why wouldn't you go ahead and say, okay, well, let's get together this week. You bring your people, we got our people here, you know, and let's go ahead and examine the phone and see what we see. So I hope she does not turn the damn thing in. You know, get together, you know, at one time, examine the phone with your people there too, so you can make sure they're not trying to do some shaky shit. Period. Okay? No shaky shit. Let me see what y'all saying in the comment section over here. Yeah, it's late. That's why we're going to get off this thing in a minute, okay? It's very late. Everyone, please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, share this live, show some support. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Y'all make sure y'all get those thumbs up, just like she said, okay? And subscribe and share. That's what I'm saying. Nothing. Just like I feel like, you know, each person should be brought into a room by themselves and questioned. You know what I'm saying? Because look, if you didn't do anything, you didn't see anything, you don't get nothing wrong, nothing crazy happened that made him drown, you wouldn't have a problem with being questioned in a room. You can question me all day if I know that I am innocent and I didn't do anything, didn't witness anything, and etc. I can go in there and be interrogated or whatever you want to call it all damn day, and I'm still going to say the same thing. Just like if I'm not worried about that phone, what's in, you know, the phone contents, I don't give a damn who you bring in it, because I already know that ain't nothing, you know, nobody deleted anything according to what the boy said. I would know this. And I would be like, okay, bring your people. We're going to hook up on Friday and let's get in here and do this. Who delayed for over a month? Even if they did delay over a month, West Seal, thank you so much for being here. So what? Okay? When you lose a child, sometimes you're not thinking about all this other stuff and then you're doing everything else. I mean, I don't know if you're talking about them delaying over a month, you know, what was going on, what they were going through, anything like that. It still doesn't erase the fact that now they are saying, you know, let's go ahead and get this done. But they're going to have their people there too to make sure no wrong, nothing is crazy done. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? That's what they're doing. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, Mama Magazine. Thank you so much. All right. Let me go ahead and put this up here real quick. Y'all can tell when I start getting sleepy, y'all, because I start talking crazy. It's for real. Okay, so let's put this up here. Yeah, I be having long days at work. I was at work for like 9 hours today, shit. And before work, what did I was doing? Let's see. I was doing some things, you know. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's get this little thing right here. Don't laugh at my sound effects. I got to get one for when people donate. Let's see. I got to find the furnish, y'all. Shay's too tired. There you go. Yeah, what is the sound effect there? All right. Thank you so much. I definitely appreciate that. And so what we normally do is we leave the donations up for a while to encourage other people to do the same thing. All righty. Okay, so let's see what y'all saying down here. You said 48 hours after the family delayed for over a month. Like I said, when you lose a loved one, okay? When you lose a loved one, you're not thinking about certain things right now, okay? The thing is, it doesn't matter how long the family delayed any damn thing, okay? Because the thing is, now they want everything done. Okay, so now it's time for them to get all together, examine that phone to see if any messages were deleted and what they can, you know, bring up to try to get some closure to this whole entire thing. The parents are ready now, I'll tell you that. When has it ever been optional to turn evidence over to investigators? The state could have simply issued a subpoena, right? And why couldn't they didn't have that phone a long time ago and checking it? This case is so weird. Like I said before, why wasn't that phone confiscated a long time ago from the people who originally had it at first? And you're right about that. You said the boys need to turn over theirs. They sure do. Check all them damn phones. Check them all. You said Nolan may or may not have been murdered. I think the family delayed for a month to keep the mystery going as they have there. I don't think so, Westfield. Not for no money, honey. People are going to donate to them anyway because they lost a child, okay? They're going to donate to them anyway. If they can donate to them, what's that dude's name? George Zimmerman, all these other weird-ass people doing weird shit. You know what I'm saying? They can donate to them. Get Grandpa Jerry phone too and Mom Katie. Mom and Katie, right? They need to get all these people phones, but you know they're not going to do that. But let's get the other phone first. Okay, and let's look at that together with Nolan's mom and dad people too. And let's see if any messages were deleted. Because once you find that out, and if you can see some of these messages to read what they say, you know what I'm saying? Then you can go from there. And that's when they can start, going from there. Because then you can see that the shit was deleted. And if you find anything that's incriminating, there you go. There you go. So let's do that first. And then once we do that, if we find any incriminating evidence or whatever the case is or information, then that's when you can go ahead and confiscate the other phones and everything else. Because right now, they claim they don't have no reason to do all of that, right? You said the boys did give their phones, but when did they give the phone? When? Did they give it to the police immediately? And if this is a cover-up, why would the police tell the truth anyway? You said the family did not delay anything, the state did. Okay, thank you, hon. Oh, you said no, they need to take the boy's phone and download everything off of him. Okay, I got you now. And take everything. They should have been did that though, a long time ago. Just so they can know. But you know why they didn't do it? Is because they try to point it off as just being a drowning. And that's it. They painted that narrative from the beginning. Okay? When that sheriff said what he said, he painted that narrative from the beginning. When you paint that narrative, that means that, oh, thank you again, hon. I appreciate you. That means that people are going to already have in their mind that he's just drowned, maybe from drinking or something like that. So the sheriff painting that narrative is not going to warrant for taking the boys' phones and investigating that or examining their phones. It's not going to warrant that because it seems like to me that they were trying to get rid of this case basically and brush it off as just a accidental drowning and be done with it. But they did not expect all of this that's happening now to happen. They thought this was going to be just brushed off, just another unalive kid that went out with his friends and he didn't come back the same way he left. And we just going to brush it underneath the rug and be done with it. Hold on, let me go ahead and do this thing again for this donation real quick. And that's because he may have another alternative motive. You know what I'm saying? You just never know what these people are into. Just because somebody's black like you, it doesn't mean they have your best interest, okay? And let me tell you something. Let's put the race shit aside because let me tell you something again. If this was one of your children, what would you do? And you know, I hate to say it. Hold on. Wait. I gotta do it again. Shane Stuber, these damn sound effects, y'all. Thank you again, El Mama Magazine. If I said your name correctly. Okay, so what was I saying? Well, let's go back over here. This dude right here. Okay, like I said, just because someone is black like you, it doesn't mean they have your best interest. You never know what may be happening behind the scenes. Not saying that he's doing anything because I don't know, but you never know what could be happening. Okay, and Just think, if this was one of your children, what would you want? What would you do? And you never know. It could be one of your kids. So, like I always say, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, okay? Don't be sitting around here thinking that these parents should brush everything off, acting like they are the ones that could have done something to their son. Don't do that, because you could be in the same damn position any damn day. I remember when that dude got unalive, right? Carmelo Anthony and them, that situation. And a lot of people were running their mouths and doing the most and saying the most. Now, how many of these people right today have lost someone in their family? So that's why you can't be sitting around here saying weird shit about other people and you don't know exactly what happened. You weren't there. You just don't know. And you just, glorify stuff and you glorify just weird shit, because you never know when you may be in that same situation. You could be in this same situation next week where your child is unalive. Hopefully not, but I'm just saying. Do you want people to be acting the way they're acting with Nolan's parents? You want them to act like that with you? Would you not, if your son or daughter went out with some friends, I don't give a damn what color they are, and your son or daughter didn't come back, and they trying to say that your son or daughter got intoxicated, got in the water, you're just going to brush that off? If you think something weird happened, if you know good and damn well that your daughter or son takes pictures all the damn time, and then all of a sudden you get the phone back and nothing is on it, you're not going to think something is weird about that and try to do anything about it? And I know you'll be lying if you tell me that you would just brush that off, or unless you're slow as hell. That's the only way you would do that. So stop acting like what they're doing is not normal. Of course you have to, but there's nothing wrong with people volunteering to do something if they are so damn innocent. Okay, of course you have to. But there is nothing wrong with people doing stuff, just like with those damn interviews. I would have never done an interview. I don't give a damn what y'all say. Okay, because you're not getting ready to catch me up in something, even if I could be innocent, but I can still mess up and say stuff that may sound like I'm lying to you guys. So I'm not going to put myself in that position. But they did it because they was trying to convince you guys. Just like you can give your phone up to convince people. So you don't have to have evidence of a crime to voluntarily give somebody your phone just to clear your name. Okay, Wet Seal TV? Right, got smoke for the damn victim's family. That's stupid as hell. What's wrong with y'all? Huh? Because I say this again, now I'm going to bring the race back into it. If it was a damn white kid that came back in a damn body bag and he went out with some black kids, y'all asses would be going off. Just like when Carmelo Anthony committed self-defense and had to use that, you know what? Y'all asses started tripping. But if it would have been the other way around, y'all wouldn't have said a damn thing. Y'all would have been like, not saying shit. Let's keep it real. All of that stuff costs. So don't worry about how much money they got donated. All these damn people. Look at the woman who got donations. She's sitting up here calling a little kid the NIGGER. And then her damn charges, she didn't even get no real charges. I forgot to give y'all an update on that. I read that weeks ago. So don't miss me with that BS shit y'all be talking about when y'all talking about somebody getting donations. So damn what? A lot of people get donations. Okay, Zimmerman got donations. A lot of people get donations. So what? Y'all know who y'all want to support. When y'all support people who unalive black people and even some white people, and get it there where they should have did it, y'all don't say a damn thing. So don't say shit now. Okay, on everything, don't say shit now. Of course, you got that right. That's why I don't be playing into that shit right there, because it's got somebody the same color. It doesn't mean they got your best interest. The thing is, we need to look at this as parents. If this was your child, what would you be saying? You would be saying, oh, I think my daughter or son, I think little Susie probably just didn't take no pictures this day. But yet, Susie will always be up there sharing shit on Snapchat, TikTok, or wherever. It doesn't even make no sense. You're gonna be, you definitely is going to think something else happened. Shit, you should be able to go out and hang out with your friends, no matter what their color are, okay? And come back and not be, effed up or alive. And it's a lot of situations where black people do go out with their white friends and they don't come back the same way. And it's always a damn excuse, or they say it was an S, they, did something to themselves or some other ridiculous lie. So we need to stop that shit. Okay, y'all say black people always bring up the race card, but stop doing dumb shit to make black people bring up the race card. Stop doing that shit. Because if somebody was treating you guys like this, you'd be pissed. Just like that ignorant ass fool who wrote me a comment saying that the black girl who got punched by the white police officer, he's an American hero. Well, see, now I was going to write something back to him, and I probably would have made him mad because I don't know I can say some things. So I'm just gonna let his stupid ass slide, okay? Because like I always say, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I hope one day one of your relatives gonna be in the same position. Because you know what I'm gonna say? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. That's all I'm gonna say. Point blank. Probable cause. But if somebody voluntarily shows something because they're trying to prove to the people on YouTube, social media, that I didn't have a damn thing to do with it, they can do that. They can do that. Because I would, if I did not mess with this kid's phone, I'm going to show y'all my phone because I don't got a damn thing to hide. I would get on the damn YouTube channel and show y'all. Y'all don't know what the hell you're talking about. Just like I did a couple of years ago when that idiot that I met was lying. I'm going to show you that I'm telling the truth because I don't want the public to think one thing. So forget the police. If you don't want somebody to think something, show the damn phone. I'll show you what's on my phone. I'll show you what's on my phone. If you want me to get a person to come and analyze it right there on YouTube, just to let y'all know that I didn't say shit, I ain't see shit, I didn't do shit, I would do that. See, while they doing all those interviews, they could have did that and closed the whole shit down right then and there. And most people, most parents will fight for their kids. When that stupid little ass woman was messing, her son was messing with my daughter, was trying to talk to my daughter. I didn't allow my daughter to date, and that boy was doing the most. Now I'm letting you know he was a little white boy. Okay. You know, good and damn well I stood up for my kids. I don't play. Okay. And she knows that. Period. So yeah, we're gonna stand up for our kids if you're a good parent. And you're not going to accept some bullshit that they come and tell you because it appears to be a cover-up, point blank. And I said appears because I don't know. Right, an interview can be edited. But if you get up on your own YouTube channel and go live, like I'm live right now, you cannot edit that. You can get right up here and say, I don't got shit to do. Listen, Nolan was my friend. He said he wanted to hang out, with the girl. We left from there and blase. And y'all talking about the cell phones and all this shit. So I'm gonna just show y'all my cell phone right now. Now, granted, they could have went and did something to the cell phone before that. But the thing what I'm trying to prove is at least you're showing. Because a lot of people are gonna be like, okay, they showed the phone, so we believe them. You're not gonna run out here and do all this other weird shit. First and foremost, I'm gonna be telling my friend to hit me up. What time you coming back anyway? And hit me up when you get back. And when they don't show up, I'm calling the police. Even if I don't go back out on the boat to check for, I'm calling the police to say he didn't come back. And I know he's 18, but still he didn't come back. So can y'all go check? And they will go check. They will go check even when you're 18. I had them check. Donated to what, Westville? Don't worry about that, Westville. How much did you donate? Huh? How much did you donate? And how much you donate? Okay. No, I don't think so. I mean, some people just think that they are guilty. And there's not anything wrong with what people think because people can think whatever they want to. They don't know. That's why I use the word think. Think. They don't know for sure. Okay, but people can think whatever they want to. This is freedom of speech, freedom of press, and every damn thing else. You can think however you want to. Your mind is free. It's free. You can think whatever you want to. It doesn't mean it's true. And the thing about Carmelo, I think he did do self-defense. However, if it's proven that if he gets another trial and it's proven by actual damn proof and evidence, okay, then it is what it is. But if it's not, then that same statement applies. Period. So many damn black kids have been unalive, and we ain't telling nobody to be going out and unalive you for doing it. So y'all need to stop that shit and threatening people and stuff like that. That's silly. It's not going to bring nobody back. Your dumb ass is going to be incarcerated. And then also some people fight back. This ain't the 20s or the 30s or the 40s. People fight back now, honey. They ain't just make one GUN. It's a bunch of them. They didn't make just one KNIFE. It's a bunch of them. They ain't just make one GANG. It's a bunch of them. You may have the cake, you know what I'm talking about, but, some black people have some things too. You know what I'm saying? Well, I think I brought up Carmelo at first when I said, when I made some type of comparison. Okay, but the thing is this right here. If some people think they are guilty, it's their prerogative to think that. Just like if some people think they're not. Some people think they're innocent, it's their prerogative. Okay, the thing is this right here. If someone is accusing you of something, you don't have to wait until the police come. You can do it on your own if you know you didn't have a damn thing to do with anything. And you know that what you're saying is actually the truth. Because I'm going to tell you straight up again, if it was me, and I know I ain't got shit to do with it, I'm going to close off y'all mouths. Because I'm going to be like, let me show y'all something. Okay, the first damn day I'm showing you. This is what's on my phone. Okay, I didn't do a daggone thing. Nolan was my friend. I loved him. I didn't do anything. He went out with the girl, and we don't know what happened. And I would have showed my phone. And then, we had his phone or whatever, and stuff is deleted. If I didn't do anything to the phone, I'm going to say, well, I don't know. Because, we didn't mess with the phone. I didn't mess with the phone. That's how I am. Period. I don't have to keep on doing damn interviews. So y'all can sit up here and, check it and watch it and then come up with your own narratives. I'm not doing that. I'll do that one interview my damn self. Ain't nobody gonna be questioning me. I'll answer the questions. I'll ask myself questions and answer them for you. And go from there. And then show the phone and show y'all the messages and stuff and be done with it. And then I'm not saying a word else. Period. I'm like, what's the other dude that y'all haven't heard talk? Wyatt? I'm not saying Wyatt. I'm not saying anything else. Because sometimes you can mess up yourself if you are innocent. Because like I said, I don't know if these dudes did anything or not. At one time, I thought maybe it was an accident. You know what I'm saying? Because I listened to them in an interview, and I was like, I don't believe they actually did anything on purpose. Maybe it was an accident. But then when you keep on looking at more stuff, then you start changing your mind back and forth. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I think that they need to go ahead and get together and analyze or examine that phone. And I'm talking about Nolan's phone. Okay? Look and see if they can find any messages that were deleted. And hell, back in 2017, if Shay's Tube can get on the computer and find messages that were deleted, I know good and damn well these experts can. I did that back in 2017. It took me some days, but I got it done and was able to find out the information I needed to find out to know what was up. Okay? So if I can do that, they should be able to do the same thing, especially now, because things are more advanced. I don't know if he did or not, because I wasn't there. The thing that I think, though, is I do think that something else transpired, and I believe that they're not telling 100% truth. Okay? So when he goes for his retrial tomorrow, I think today and tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, his hearing, I hope they do grant him a retrial, and I hope they recuse that damn judge. All right? I hope they recuse him, because he ain't shit. Okay? And I said that. If any one of my friends passed that I claim that I love so much, Yeah, I would have some type of emotion, but I'm not gonna be crying on TV, and so I tell y'all that straight up. Okay, so if someone doesn't cry, I don't look at that as if they don't care, because I don't be crying. Some people just don't cry out in public. Okay, so I can't say that part, but I'm looking at everything else. If you don't act like you care, that's totally different. But some people don't cry out in public. But if you act nonchalant, or he brought it on himself or some shit like that, I'm like looking at you with a side eye. That's right. Blessings to Carmelo. And I know Nolan doesn't know what we're saying, because I don't believe in people when they pass on, they can hear us. I don't believe in that type of stuff. But I will say happy heavenly birthday for Nolan. Okay? That's what I will say that. Right. I would show it some type of emotion. I'm not gonna cry, but I will you would know that, I love my friend and things of that nature. Okay, you would know that. And as far as this right here, Carmelo, it's a very, because I'm not racist, okay? So it's a very sad shame, I mean, that Austin got unalive. Because like I said from the start, that shit, none of it should have happened. Okay? Because I feel like the coach should have been, any one of the coaches could have been contacted. I have my own soccer team. Okay? And when something goes down, somebody in our pitch or whatever the case is on our pitch, the kids come in, they go and tell the coach. Point blank, you don't take shit into your hands, and plus we watching the kids anyway. So I think that whole thing could have been avoided. Also, when you tell people to leave you the damn alone, teach your kids to leave people alone. Because you don't know what somebody got. Just because you live in a good area, it doesn't mean a damn thing. I stay in a very nice area, affluent and everything, even my neighborhood. But do you think I trust these people around me? I have left home and left the damn door unlocked and nobody came in here. But that doesn't mean I'm going to do it all the damn time. That doesn't mean I don't have an alarm system. That doesn't mean that I don't have other things, because you don't know what people would do. You just don't know. So teach your kids. Just because you're in a nice neighborhood school or whatever, these kids are uppity or whatever, it doesn't mean that they don't have shit. And when they tell you leave them alone, they won't do nothing. Please leave people alone when they ask you to, when they tell you to. Because why are you invading their privacy anyway? You know what I'm saying? If they're in somewhere in a space they don't need to be, go tell the appropriate people about that and let them handle that. Who made you cop and all this other shit in charge? Right, you have to, not to show no type of emotion. A lot of people don't. I said it one day in one of my lives. Somebody wrote me a message saying it was not an accident. The thing is, the reason why I don't say 100% because I don't know. Okay, and I'm a content creator. You're not supposed to get up here and just say like you actually know, unless you have proof, unless they've been proven in the court of law that is what happened. So I'm not going to sit up here on my channel and say, oh, I just know it wasn't an accident. I just know they unalived this kid. I don't know that for sure. I think certain things, but I don't know. Okay? And this could be very possible. Very possible. And if this is true, they all need to be incarcerated. Every single one of them. I just want to know why come Wyatt hasn't said anything much. He should give an interview. They all should get one. Let's keep it real. Katie should do an interview. Everybody. But please do not let that dude do it. Okay? For real. Somebody else need to give them an interview if they would do it. But if you do an interview, you can't be going overboard with the questioning. You want to know certain questions that they can answer, but you don't want to be like doing the type of questions that you don't get an answer and you really did not, get nowhere. But at the same time, you don't want them to get up and leave either. So you want to make sure you do the right type of questioning. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily. People, remember this. Some people, if they never did anything before, especially kids, they don't be thinking. Okay? That's what you would probably do. I don't know what I would do. If I unalive someone, it's going to usually be self-defense. So that's the first thing I'll say. It won't be because I'm fighting them or something. If I was fighting them, it would be self-defense. So I wouldn't have to do anything. But just say if I was like, intoxicated or whatever, I don't even drink. Just say if I did drink, do drugs, and I was like that, and I ended up doing something on an accident or even on purpose, me being grown, I probably would just smash it up. I don't know if I would dump it in the water because they can find that shit. I just don't know what I would do. I'm going to try to, if I did dump it in the water, I wouldn't do it like that because it may flow back up. I would probably, I don't know, I would figure out a way that it couldn't flow back up because I don't want them to ever be able to find it. And I would smash it completely up. But they can go inside your cloud through the computer. Okay? You don't need that phone. So many things you can do on the computer without even having the actual phone. So I don't know. I don't know how I would do that. It's not as easy as you think it is to conceal information like that with, all this different type of stuff that they can look for stuff with. Should you be better off just to burn the damn phone up? Yeah. And destroy it like that. On the boat. Because nobody would know it really. Just burn it all the way up. See, that's another thing too. Even when you turn the phone off, sometimes it can still ping. You got to do all that. See, I didn't even think about that. You see what I'm saying? You don't think about stuff. And if you just unalive someone, you start panicking. I don't know if you're going to think about all of that. Because I remember when that dude broke into my house, my apartment, when I lived in the ATL, and I had to defend myself, and I almost unalived him, right? When I called another dude up to help me and stuff, first thing he said is throw the weapon away. And I was up here listening to the idiot at first. And then some came to me and said, what the hell are you throwing that away for? The dude broke in your house. Are you crazy? Don't let this dude get you in trouble. And I didn't say dude, I said something else in my mind. And I was like, forget that shit. I did how I wanted to do. I called the police and did the right things. Okay? So when you be in a situation, sometimes you don't be thinking. Because at first I wasn't thinking. And then all of a sudden I started thinking. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know exactly what I would do, because that phone will ping. Like when I was helping that woman escape her husband, because I believe he was abusing her. We first, I think I told her to turn off the phone. She was like, he could still find her, and so she ended up. I said, okay, well, take the battery out. I think if you take the battery out and everything, and then she got rid of the phone, that's what we did. And she went and bought another phone. She left the other phone there at the store. So I don't know. Definitely do that. You reap what you sow. They sure do, and that's a high number. No, I'm saying at first I would have did a damn thing, but I'm saying if you just want to prove to people, because they already did the interviews, then just do them. Okay. I still don't think they should have said shit. But since you just want to do, since they already did it, it doesn't matter what I say now because they already did it. So you might as well do it the right way. That's what I'm saying. Not that originally you should have did one. I'm saying since they already did it, they wanted to do it. So do it the right way. You get your ass up on your own channel or your friend's channel, whatever. Get on you can make a YouTube channel. Get up there all y'all together and tell what happened. That's what I'm saying. No, you don't need nobody to interview you. Just get up there and do it. Interview your damn self. That's what I'm saying. Since they wanted to do a interview, I wouldn't have did shit. I'm not saying shit. But if I just felt like I needed to, because y'all accuse me of shit, I'll get up there and defend myself. But I'm not doing another one. Okay? Right. Forget that dude. But if you can just get up there and do it yourself, shit. I just told y'all the whole story about when the dude broke in my house. Okay? So you can just get up there and do it yourself. And people can, you can tell a lot from an interview. If they would have got up on a YouTube channel, did their own YouTube channel, just make up one, and got up there and tell y'all, listen, we did not unalive Nolan. We did not fight him. None of this stuff y'all are talking about. None of this. And say what happened. And there you go. Don't get up there and incriminate yourself or nothing like that, but you just say, this is what happened, that's it. Leave it at that. I'm not answering no more questions. I'm not doing any more interviews. This is it. Yeah, the GPS is not going to show that he was on the boat or he left. Damn, I wonder if any one of those cameras seen them or anything. Who are you talking to, Jermaine? Right. Definitely have to wait on that. Hopefully, like I said, if any messages were deleted, some of the messages, not all of them. Sometimes they just have little parts of it too, not the whole message. Because when I did that little investigation work, that investigative work on a person, some of the messages were not complete messages. It was parts of some messages and then other parts, and I just sat there and put the messages together. Put the messages together, the ones that I could to try to figure out what was going on. And the thing is, I couldn't figure out everything, but the key stuff I found it out, and that's all I needed. And so hopefully they will probably be able to do something like that if there were messages that were deleted, because we don't know if any messages were deleted. The mom said he's always on social media taking pictures and stuff all the time. You know what I'm saying? So we're going by what she says, but she knows her son. We don't know him. You know what I'm saying? Or we didn't know him. So we don't know what his habits are, what he usually does, and how much he posts. She said he posted all the time. They need to get the GPS from everything. They need to get everything. Okay? Everything. They need to check out everybody too. Like I said, I hope that it shows that he has some messages there. Because if it shows that, then, and that they were deleted, right? Then you got a case. Okay, then you got a cause to basically look further into this. Because why would anybody delete messages? But what we won't know is who deleted those messages. Who deleted those messages? But if they find out that some messages were deleted and they can uncover some of the ones and just say something in the message, just say one of the messages indicates that some type of altercation went down, there you go right there. Then that would open up the door to an investigation, further investigating, criminal probably investigation, because then that would show that maybe something did happen to him. What, the GPS from the Palm Beach boat? Okay. Why did the family delay for over a month on West Hill TV? Why did the family delay for over a month? Do you know? Because he has only been unalive for 1 month. So how is it over a month? He got unalive on the 4th of July, right? On the 5th. No, on the 4th of July. They found him on the 6th. So it's August the 19th. So that's a month and what? A month and a week and some days. Okay, so it could be over a month, but it would be just slightly over a month. So why did they delay it over a month? Okay, let's see. He said, did the family delay? He says nonsense. Did the family delay the autopsy too? Did they forget to search the boats? Right. The thing about it, the family didn't delay the autopsy. Okay, and they definitely didn't forget to search the boats. The police didn't search them. No, you said they delayed it. This is what you think. You believe this, right? But what do you say they delayed it? Why do you have evidence to support why they delayed it over a month? That's what I'm asking you. Y'all put everything around money and stuff, man. I don't think anybody would want their child unalive or case wasn't solved because of money. That's weird. I forgot what I was going to look up. Shit. Let's see. What was I going to look up? Oh, actually, I was checking something. That's what I was actually doing. So yeah. So did you? Let me see. Let me see if I can find it on Google. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Let me check and see if I can find it. They're just talking about the one from this week. Let's see. Okay, let's see. We never know about being out of state, but you said I can't find anything on that. You said over a month though, so why were they delaying it over a month? Besides, what did they say? Okay, let's see. The DA leaked it. Wow. Yeah, I don't see anything about phone being delayed for a month. We know it was delayed for this time. Because anyway, so let me tell you something. Even if they would have gave them a phone when they got it, okay, they still would have got donations, okay, because they lost a son. They still would have gotten donations. And another reason they could have delayed it is because they might have been trying to figure out what they can do. You know what I'm saying? To get the information off the phone. Especially for the people in Mississippi get it because they don't trust those people. So it could be many reasons if they actually delayed it over a month why that was happening. You know, it could be many reasons, but I doubt it's because of the money because they were gonna get those donations anyway. Anytime people lose kids, it always touches people anyway. So they're gonna donate. Right, they don't trust them. They do not trust. I wouldn't have gave it to them either. Shit. And so when they figured out how to do it, that's when they came up with, you know, having their own people there at the same time. And they supposed to have met up on the 15th of July. Okay, July the 15th. And maybe they didn't have the people they needed to have at that time to do it. But then when they were ready to do it, when they told them that they can do it all together, they said that the DA agreed. Then all of a sudden they're going to call them and say 48 hours. They was out of town at a conference or something. And what the real question need to be is why the hell they did not check everything they needed to check. That's the real question. They still would listen. They're still going to donate money to them. Okay, if they donate money to them racists who sit up and call a little 5 or 6-year-old the N-word, they'll donate to them. Okay? They're going to still donate because she lost her son. And then it was a race type situation, whether we want to admit it or not. You know what I'm saying? There's many stories where black people be going out with white people and they come back unalive. So people are going to, relate to that and have more sympathy and everything else. Plus he's a good kid. He was a good kid and everything. So they're going to have more sympathy and they're going to donate. You got people be on YouTube making donations to content creators that they have sympathy for whatever reason. I'm like, damn, why did they donate to that person? So we don't know why people donate. The thing is, because she lost her son, though, a lot of people will donate. And I don't care about the fact that if she would have turned that phone in 2 weeks ago, and what if they would have found anything, people would have stopped. No, they wouldn't. You know why they wouldn't? Because that phone only tell a little bit of the story. It's not going to tell every single damn thing. You know what I'm saying? That still doesn't mean that they cannot find anything wrong on the phone, right? They're still not going to make people believe that nothing happened. Just like in the autopsy report, you can say he drowned, okay, but does that mean that he wasn't pushed in the water? So people are going to still have their doubts and think whatever they want to think whatever they want to think. And if they want to donate, they will. I'm trying to figure out why is everybody worried about that if you didn't donate to it. How is that bothering you because some people are donating to, the family? So what? How is that bothering anyone? Is it your money? Because if you don't want to donate, you don't have to donate. You see what I'm saying? So what, Seal? So what? She can talk about whatever she wants to. That's her son. It's her son. Would you not be talking about your son? That's right. That's what I'm saying. You can get it. Listen, if you don't want to donate, then don't donate. But don't donate. But you can't tell other people how to use their money. Another example, again, the same example. I don't like the way people donated to that woman. Okay, with the the one who called the little 5-year-old the N-word. And I don't give a damn if the 5-year-old would have been white and it would have been a black person calling the 5-year-old the H word or the C word. I still wouldn't like the fact that people donate to these type of people. But I can't do shit about it. Okay, I'm not donating to her, and I didn't. So that's all I got to worry about what I'm doing. I don't give a damn who you donate to. Shit, you got people out here donating to Satanists, Satanist people, and all types of shit. Do I care? I would hope they wouldn't do these donations, but people are going to do what they want to do. And then aren't they getting donations too? Shit. The thing is, I don't know if people prefer that, okay? The thing is, listen, there have been so many people getting away with crimes, okay? And that's, not just black, people or white people, whatever, just so many people, and people want justice, okay? And also people be feeling sympathy for people. Especially when you lose a child. You ever lost a child where it's on TV? Because I did. I lost my baby. So people have sympathy for you when you lose a child, especially like this. And they will donate. I don't give a damn if she would have gave the phone the first day after that. People would have still donated if there is a donation site. Just to help them with whatever they need to be helped with. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, if she was out here CRACKING it up or using DRUGS and things of that nature, then I would be saying something about it. People donate to wherever they want to. Of course, but you know why? Because this is what the media put out there. The people who make up these donation sites and shit, all that, they put that shit out there. A lot of stuff I don't agree with. You know, I don't agree that anyone, there's a lot of people I think that shouldn't get donations, but you can't do anything about it. The only thing you can do is you don't donate. You tell your family members don't donate. You know, you can do all types of stupid shit. You can have somebody convicted of 50,000 crimes and yet they support that person and donate to them and do everything. So that's just how people are. We can't be worried about that. What we need to worry about is getting true justice, having everybody treated fairly, regardless of your race, gender, sexual orientation, and things of that nature. And like I said, as far as these boys, we don't know for sure if these boys did anything or if they didn't do it. We don't know because we weren't there. All we can do is sit up here and look at, different type of stuff, and try to make, come to a conclusion about it. But we really, truly just don't know. And that's why you're not going to hear me say, even if I ever said it, I always go back and take it back because I don't know if they did it. I'm just going by what I think or believe. It's like you guys are. Because if you had direct evidence and proof, somebody would either be in jail or, they wouldn't be. And the case would be done. Now, you know what? I'm going to have to agree with that right there. I'm going to have to agree with this right here. Okay, you know how people be, especially on social media. You got people who start talking about this case and never covered it. Okay, it's like with the Carmelo Anthony case and many others. When all of that stuff happened with Carmelo, me and Jermaine was there from the beginning. Just like with Jayvon McGee, we were there from the beginning. And that's why you hear me keep on bringing up Jayvon's name, because that was another cover-up, okay? And when I cover stuff, I don't forget about these people. Even if I don't talk about it on my channel, me and Jermaine be talking about it, or I'll just remember myself. Just like when I first came, not when I first came to YouTube, but when I first started doing videos, because I always did do Dollar Tree hauls, but when I started doing videos, it was like when little Cupcake McKinney got on the line. That was another situation that people basically made money off of. And I actually got into a little a verbal altercation with somebody about that because I was like, you don't give a damn about this little girl. You don't. After everything passes by and stuff and time goes by, you won't even remember her. Okay, you won't say happy birthday in April or Cupcake because you're gonna forget all about it. Shades too didn't though. I talked about it on this channel a couple of times, but I didn't go into depth because her mom, I talked to her mom before, and she just, you lose your child. You don't want to hear that all the time. And so that's why I don't talk about the little girl. But she was only 3 years old when she was alive. So the thing is, a lot of content creators, they cover these cases just to get views, to make a big check. And YouTube, I hate to say it, promotes that. And some of y'all do too. So the thing is, if you are being for real and you cover these cases, you don't care if there's 2 people in your chat or if it's 1,000 or 100,000. You doing this because you actually care. I don't see nothing wrong with it. But when you're doing stuff just to make money, you don't really give a damn. That's where I got a problem with it. So I agree with you when you said Nolan Wells is a content bonanza. People making a lot of money off of this, including regular news people, and things of that nature. Not just content creators on YouTube, TikTok, but regular people, like some of the people we see right here on the screen. Let me stop. Right, but you're right. It doesn't mean they don't want any justice. Now, some people don't get to there. Okay, let's keep it real. The thing is, that's what, investigating, pushing for an investigation, pushing for stuff to be done, that's when you can find out if it was an actual murder or if it was just an accident on Nolan's part or an accident on somebody else. or somebody else committed the murder. But I think it should be investigated. Okay, you said, but you're bothered by the investigation. I think it should be. Okay. Yeah, but you know what? They do that with everything, not just with Nolan Wells. How they do it with so many cases and stuff. Because, like I said, I be covering these cases and stuff, and I've been doing it since 2022. It's a lot of AI stuff, okay? But you have to weed through that. You can tell AI anyway. You can tell. That's why I like to investigate myself, and that's why we can call up sources and stuff and actually go to the news sources for real and, things of that nature. Right, if he drowned, okay, no one has anything to worry about. That's why I don't understand why we just can't all get together, talk about what happened without anybody interviewing, just talk about it, say what happened, and be done with it. Show the phones. It's probably too late now because it's been a whole month, but at first, if they would have showed their phones, and show that there's nothing there, we probably wouldn't be still having this conversation, I guess. If you just lost your friend, okay, you love your friend so much, all this other stuff that they claim. I'm not saying anything bad about the friend's mom. I'm not saying shit. Hopefully, so the toxicology reports can take up to what? Months? But let me tell y'all something. If somebody want to cover up something, you do know they can lie about the toxicology report. So that's why the mom is trying to do stuff on her own to make sure that the truth has been revealed. Because, if I get this right, the state of Mississippi, that area, they've been saying a lot of negative things about the justice system there. So, of course, you're going to be concerned about that, and you're going to do everything you need to do to make sure that the truth be revealed. Okay? So, yeah, I can understand why they're doing what they're doing. And as far as holding the phone and not doing stuff for a month, I don't know why, if that's true. I don't know why they did it. They got their own reasons why, and so it is what it is. The thing is, though, a lot of things should have been done from the start. Okay, like checking out the boats. And I said boats, and I mean every single one that was in that vicinity, questioning every single person, every single person. And just a lot of other stuff they could have done just to make sure. But like I said, when the sheriff said that he believes it's a drowning, and he may not say it in this exact words, but I'm just basically saying how I remember that it was basically a drowning, and he don't think that any foul play was there. That already paints a narrative to the people out there in the public that, oh, he just drowned. And the only reason why it painted another picture for Black people is because this is not the first story that we have heard where you see a Black person go off with their white friends, and when everybody comes back, the Black person is not coming back with them. They're found to be unalive. So yes, that's going to cause, that's going to make people concerned. Okay, when something like this happens again, so they're going to basically think that something else went on, in this situation, because this is another story like that, if that makes sense. As long as they don't find any evidence that it is a crime, people can think whatever they want to. Okay, if they don't find any evidence that support that this is a crime, people can think whatever they want to. Okay, the case is closed. But if they do find evidence of a crime, then you know what's going to happen. So again, since that is her son, and cases like this have happened so many times, and she does know her son better than anyone knows him, and certain things was added up, I don't blame her for trying to, get another investigation started up or get other people, to check out stuff. Because you need to make sure, especially when you're in a city that has a history of racism and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? You're in that justice system there has a history and stuff. You're going to basically do everything that you need to do to make sure your son wasn't murdered or accidental, murdered or unalive, or however you want to say it. If he has water in his lungs, if he has a lot of water and stuff in his lungs and stuff and other things in his lungs, that means that, he was alive when he hit that water. But like you said, it doesn't mean that somebody still couldn't have pushed him in there. The only way they would be able to find that out is if someone comes forward or something else magical happens. There's a lot of people that get away with murder, okay? No. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of things we haven't seen. It's a lot of things we haven't seen. You know what I'm saying? But we don't know exactly what the police has. Never forget that. We don't know what they have because they're not disclosing that to us. Okay, so we don't know what the police got, what information they got. We don't even know what the first autopsy report indicates. Did they tell us yet? No, because it's sealed, right? It's sealed. I don't even think the parents know, right? So we just don't know what they may have there. And let me say this right here too. If the first autopsy indicates nothing, why would you need to see the phone so bad anyway? Because if the first autopsy doesn't indicate anything besides him drowning, why would you stress about the phone so much? Because they already know what the first autopsy said, right? They already know. So if there's nothing there, I would be like, okay, come on, let's go ahead and see the phone. Let's see the phone. Let's do it tomorrow. Because I would already know that the autopsy reports that, it shows that he just drowned. And I don't have any other evidence that support that somebody pushed him in there. And let's keep it real. Even if he did take pictures on his phone and they were deleted, it's not going to show. It probably won't show that he was pushed in the water. That's what I'm trying to say. Because how the hell is he holding the phone? First and foremost, he wouldn't know that he was about to get pushed in the water to be able to even take a picture. Unless he would have it. Like the only way that could happen is if he had the phone in his hand and was recording, or something had the audio on recording or something like that. That is the only way. And it could have been somebody else too, because like somebody else brought up that scenario. What if they said a lot of people were there on the island? What if there was someone else there, other people there that did not like him or had a problem with him? You just never know. That's why I just said I think they do need to investigate. Okay, if these other boys did not have anything to do with it, before I got up there and did the other interview with what's the name, I just think I would have got up there if I needed to do an interview, because I'm not saying shit to y'all, But if I just needed to do it, I would have got up on my own channel and I would have told y'all ass, I don't got shit to do with this. I got nothing to do with this. What we said is the truth. Okay, he said he wanted to hang out with that girl. That's what he did. You told him to get back on the boat. He didn't want to get back on the boat, so we left. That's it. As far as the phone, he didn't take no pictures. I don't know why he didn't take no pictures. I don't know why he didn't take no pictures. I'm not his keeper. I don't know why he didn't take no pictures. You said you don't even think he was missing until whatever happened at the party. And a lot of people seem to think that something happened at that party. So I think he probably left with them. I don't know. This is so confusing, man. All this different shit. So, okay, so let's just say this. He left with them. And he went to the party. And that audio we heard wasn't from the boat. But that can be true because he was talking to Sea-Talk people. You heard them in the background. Unless, let me think about this real quick. So that happened at 4, allegedly, right? Before the party stuff happened. And it couldn't happen before because they claim they showed pictures of Nolan going to the boat. Nancy Gray showed that. So that scenario could not even work. Because the audio, what they call CETO, right? Is that the name of a CETO? You can hear them in the background. Okay, like I said, forget the enhanced copy. I'm talking about the first one that I heard. It wasn't enhanced or anything, where I could hear somebody saying, Nolan, wake the F up or get the F up. And then I heard somebody say, oh my God, it was a chick. Okay, that was, you can tell that was during the same time he was on the phone talking to CETO. So then you go back to the boat then something had to happen on the boat. You said bullshit, they've been lying. They definitely had something to do with it. So that means that if that audio is real, okay, which we believe it is, right? I thought they already checked it out and said it was. I'm not talking about the enhanced one. I'm talking about the original one. Okay, so that audio is real. Okay, we know that happened when they was calling the CETO to get the boat towed, I guess. So then that would indicate that something had to happen on the boat, but it doesn't mean it was their boat. It could have been another boat that was close to their boat, where if you get on the phone, you can still hear them in the background. But then you raise another question. If all of this transpired on the boat, what about the other people out there in the water? Wouldn't they see that? Everybody is not going to cover up that. Some people will, but not everybody. So that's what I'm saying. This whole thing is weird. You said, Shay, anybody who thinks Nolan was unalived at a party after leaving, all the CETO audio was not talking about Nolan being unalive. The two narratives to mix well. The two narratives don't mix well. You have to, right, that's what I was just saying. It can't be both. It just can't be. I'm just listening to the audio. The audio is real. You know that he was on the phone talking to CETO. But what people don't realize, though, it may not be on that boat. Something could have happened on another boat that was close to that boat, because it'll still pick up the audio if you're on the phone. Because when dude made that phone call, he wasn't aware. The other people might not have been aware that he was on that phone. Okay? And then, who was that on the phone? Warren? Or the other dude? Wyatt? It was Wyatt on the phone, right? He would have known. Okay. He wouldn't have known that it popped off on the other boat where Nolan was basically going to end up being unalive. Okay? So when he made the phone call, he called not knowing that. And then while he was on the phone, Nolan could have passed on. That's why you hear people in the background saying, Nolan, get the F up or wake the F up. Maybe they did have some type of altercation or something else happened. It could not even be an altercation. What if it was something like, they was doing drugs? I'll say that again. I go back to that. It could be anything. But maybe it wasn't on that boat. Maybe he was on the other boat that was close to that boat and it picked that up. Because right now, if I was on the phone, if I'm on this live talking to you guys, and my daughter say something back there and she say it loud enough, you're going to hear it. Okay? She's not in the same room with me. Okay? But if something popped off here, you would swear she's in the same room with me, but she's not. Same thing there. It could be a boat that was close to them that he was on. Could have been an altercation somehow. It may not be like an altercation like we're talking about. It could have just been a verbal type stuff. And other people could have thought they was horsing around, not even realize what was happening. Just never know. And if you put somebody in some type of chokehold or something like that, everybody may not see that. And they could think y'all just playing around anyway. They wouldn't even know the other person got alive from that. And then say something like that did happen, and you didn't intend for it to happen. It was a mistake because y'all drinking and stuff like that, food, clowning, something got out of hand or whatever the case is, and something just happened. You don't even necessarily have to physically do a real altercation. The person could be just saying something with their mouth, and you be like, you get into a little argument or whatever the case is, and then you just go ahead and put them in one of those holes because you're trying to make them be cool, calm, make them shut the hell up. And so you put him in that day, but you accidentally put your knee on his neck too much, and you cut off his air and all that stuff, and the next thing you know, he's gone. And then that's when you'll hear, Nolan, get the F up, or whatever the case is, and wake the F up, and you hear somebody say, oh my God, and all this other stuff. And so it could have happened like that. I don't know, I'm just guessing. That one definitely makes sense. So you said you don't think the audio is saying what, but I heard what I heard on the first one. So you don't think that the audio on the first one, I'm not talking about the enhanced one. You don't think on the one that I heard, that I played on here, you don't think they're saying, Nolan, get the fuck up, wake the fuck up. And then somebody said, oh, we could look at it like this. So what do you think they said? Jermaine, then I get to you, so what do you think they said? So you said, because you sent me a message saying the same thing with. So you said, do you think the word Nolan is on that CETO call? I listened to it. I made a loop. I cannot hear the sound even if vowelized. The sound might be similar. Nolan, so what do you think he was saying, though, Wetzel? Because you sent me that same thing. And then Jermaine said the same, something similar. It sounds like a damn spirit box to me. I can't make out shit without the caption. No. On the first one that I played on this channel, and I wish I can go back to the video, you can clearly hear Nolan, get the F up. It was not an enhanced. You know what? Let's just go to the damn actual. I bet you all you're going to see is damn enhanced copies now. Let me see. Let me go to my video and see. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can pull that up myself real quick. I forgot what damn live that was, though. Was it this one? The video leak? Is this Nolan video leak? I don't even know if this is it. Let me see. Oh, no, this is that right there. I want to hear the one with what's the name on it. Let's see here. Let's see, go to lives. Let's see if we can pull that up real quick. All these damn lies. Let's see, new evidence. It's Katie on the boat. I'm trying to figure out the one where I first played the audio. There wasn't an enhanced one. Let's see. Which I'm not gonna be able to find it. It's Carmelo Anthony. Here it is right here. Let's see. Okay, let me see. This is the first time I played it, and it wasn't an enhanced copy. At least I don't think this one is the enhanced. So let's see. Man, between these damn short movies I be watching and these damn casino slots that be lying, that's all I see on my daggone thing. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. Hold on, y'all. The party at the house in real quick. And that one of that it did not require. So where is the damn thing at? We got to share it. Hold on, but y'all, I can't even find the damn audio now. Because when you go look at it on here now, all you find is the enhanced copies. I don't want to show it. I don't want to hear that one. Let's see.
Yeah, everybody's on to it. Nolan went to the island in a boat with friends on July 4th. His body was found 2 days later. It's unclear whether Nolan was with anyone when he disappeared. The same one for the news.
Let me see.
Y'all have to tell me. I'll see you on, like, I'm literally with my friends or whatever.
What is this?
So,
Wait a minute.
he recorded it. And he was... The friends left. Week said the group left without Nolan when their boat began. This is not the same thing, okay? News. His family's attorney.
Well, not finally, y'all. I'm about to play it again. I don't know what the hell this audio is. I thought this was it right here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get it because I don't know where this shit is at. But I know the first one that I played, it wasn't enhanced. And I can remember I kept on saying, I know you said West Seal that they were saying that, and I kept on saying, no, it sounds like they're saying Nolan, wake the F up, or either get the F up. And then I heard somebody say, oh my God. And the way they say, oh my God, is not like, oh my God, water is coming in the boat. Okay? You said, I forgot who said that Nolan was struggling in the water with a female. Okay. Shay, we don't need to identify the word for it not to be known. Okay. You said maybe Nolan, wait a minute, hold on. Okay, you said maybe Nolan was on the damn boat. That's why you hear Nolan, I guess. But don't think he was unalive on the boat. Okay. So you said maybe he was, damn, Jermaine, you got to cuss me out. You said, okay, so you're saying, you and Red Seal are saying that they're not saying the way I'm thinking, and a lot of other people are thinking. They're just saying, Nolan, get the fuck up, or wake the fuck up. Just because that's what they're saying, because he was on a boat. But so if he was on a boat then, Jermaine, okay, in West Seal TV, but why did they say he wasn't then? What's the lie about then? If he was on the boat, and they're saying, Nolan, get up or wake the fuck up. But it's nothing like a crime. So why not just say that then, Jermaine, in West Seal TV? Why not say, yeah, we said that in the background, okay? Because we was talking about something else, and yeah, Nolan was on the boat. Did they say Nolan was on the boat, Jermaine, in West Seal TV? And Mama Magazine, did they say that? Did they say that Nolan was on the boat? Because I'm just trying to figure out if Nolan was on the boat and they just telling Nolan whatever they was telling him. You said Nolan was struggling in the water with a female. So why would they be telling him in the damn water to wake the fuck up or to get the fuck up? You're in the water. You're not laying down in the water. Okay? You're not laying down in the water like you are in a bed where you need to tell somebody, get the fuck up or wake the fuck up. Why would you be saying that? And what's the oh my God for? Because I know good and dang on well somebody said, oh my God or oh my gosh. You say you don't hear the word Nolan at all. Or I heard Nolan. Nolan. That's what I heard. Nolan. That's what I heard. It's no mistake. I heard Nolan. And I heard either wake the fuck up or get the fuck up. And I heard, oh my God. Oh my gosh. So if somebody, go back to what Jermaine said. No, this is you. If you're saying about the water thing, why would you be telling somebody to get the fuck up or wake the fuck up if they are in water? Okay? And you said maybe he was on the boat. So if he was on that damn boat, like you just said, Jermaine, why didn't they just say he was on the boat? They said that Nolan was not on the boat, right? I don't know why he isn't talking about that audio. Obviously, they don't believe the audio. And let's get to that. So if the audio is not true, well, why did they? Okay, didn't the CETO people put that up? Who put the audio up? Who put the audio up? And like you said you don't hear the word Nolan. So what did you hear? West Hill TV? Because maybe they said Olin or Colin or Folin or I don't know. But it doesn't sound like Nolan to me. I mean, I hear the N when they say Nolan. Because remember, originally I thought they said no. Okay? And then I heard the other dude say Nolan in the interview. And I said, no, he was saying Nolan because he pronounced it the same way. Okay. See what? So like I said, a lot of people heard the same thing that I heard. And I know all of us are not just hearing shit. But, we don't know exactly what was going on. That's the thing. We don't know exactly what was going on. People are assuming that's what is happening. And all I said is this right here. If somebody is getting unalive on a boat, why didn't anyone else see it? Or they act like they didn't see it. The only way I can think that no one said anything is because maybe they didn't have an altercation like people think. Maybe it was a different type of altercation. And just somebody pushed somebody, just pinned them down, and then they put their knee on him too hard, and that unalived them. I can see that happening. Or something similar, you know what I'm saying? Because you see accidents like that all the time. And that would be an accident. But as far as like a physical fight on a boat, everybody who was in that water would have to go along with that. Okay? And that's why I keep on asking you guys, is that audio, where did that audio come from? Who put it up? Did CETO put that audio up? Just like all these pictures we're seeing. Who are the people taking these pictures? In these videos and stuff. So you said you think they know exactly what happened to Nolan, but in Mississippi, it's an uphill battle to prove it. So you said, if you play this audio for someone who doesn't know the case and say the words, oh, wig, they will think that is what it is. Okay. So you say, oh, they know he did not pass on the boat. That's why Crump's not pushing audio. I'm going to tell you straight up, I don't think he passed on the boat when you think about the fact that nobody else said anything. Nobody else saw anything. Everybody's not going to go along with the narrative. Okay, some people is going to say, no, that's not right. I'm going to tell the police. They may not say it right there, but eventually they will. So if he did not get unalive on the boat, it goes back to this right here. What's up with that audio? You said they did not say Nolan. Okay, so what do you say? What are you saying they said then? If they didn't say Nolan wake the fuck up, what are they saying? And what Jermaine said, they could be saying that, but they're not talking about what I think they're talking about and what other people are talking about. They could be saying, Nolan, get the fuck up when they was out there in that. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, Jermaine. Because they didn't say, they never said that Nolan was on that boat. They was trying to get him on the boat, right? And he did not want to come on the boat. He said he was going to stay there on the island, right? So why would they be saying anything to Nolan if he wasn't on the boat? See, I'm confusing y'all because I'm like, damn, if he's not on the boat, why would they be saying Nolan? But then we go back to Red Seal. Red Seal said they didn't say Nolan at all. So what the hell did they say then? Oh, get the fuck up. Ola, I don't know. And you said that leaves out what? That also leaves out what is more plausible, that he passed on the island after the boys left. Unless everything is just a lie. Unless the whole thing is a lie, Westfield. And none of that stuff that you think or we think happened in the way they're saying it. Unless the whole thing is a lie. And that means that a lot of people would know that it is a lie. Katie would know. All the boys would know. All of them. I don't think they know where he passed on at. They probably know he didn't pass on that boat, though. Because, again, everybody would not go along with that if it was an actual altercation on a boat and all this other stuff happened on the boat. It was people out in that water. Somebody would have saw it and they would tell. Like if I was out there and I saw that shit going on, I'd be telling like I'm not going to say nothing, but I'm going to tell it. Okay? Period. You just wouldn't know it. So you said Nolan was struggling in the water with the female, allegedly. Okay, if he was struggling in the water with the female, and I remember hearing somebody say that too. So you're saying that what we hear in that audio could be from that. That's what you're saying. You said Warren said they went back out to Home Island on the 5th at 5 a.m. to search. But then he said he didn't wake up until 7 a.m. when he stepped there. He said that they inconsistent story. That's why I said they need to be quiet. That's exactly why I said they need to be quiet. Because 5 a.m. and 7 a.m. is two different times. I believe that the body was taken back out there too. I don't know exactly. I just believe it's a lot of lies being told. Okay. I'm still trying to figure out that audio. Y'all said the audio, honestly, let's put it like this. The audio really doesn't matter anyway. Okay. Because we don't know what the hell they're talking about or anything else. It's like the day when I told that dude about the ATM thing. You don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. All he can do is assume. I know what I was talking about. Okay. So that's the same thing with that damn audio. You can't even use that because you don't even know exactly what the hell they are talking about or anything. They could, like y'all just said, they could be talking about any damn thing, and we don't know for sure if they are saying Nolan either. Okay, even if they did say Nolan, we don't know what they're talking about. That could have been any damn thing. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know. So it's irrelevant about that audio in the first place. So let's get back to this right here. You said that I think they took the body back out there early on the 5th. So you think he was unalive where? At the party, right? So this goes back to this. So what if he did get on the boat? Maybe not on their boat, but on another boat and went back. Okay? Went back. Yeah, because I don't believe those two witnesses. So the thing is, what if he went back, okay, and they went to the party and something popped off there? When it popped off, there could have been horsing around, whatever the case is. Something could have got said, and he was grabbed. Not necessarily they was in a tussle, but he was grabbed. Because, sometimes people just grab you, pin you down in that chokehold. And like I said, put your knee over your neck here, because that's how they do that with the arm. And you did it too hard. Because you drinking and stuff, and maybe do other things, and you just didn't realize it. And then you unalive them. So everybody panic, right? Try to figure out what to do and stuff like that. So y'all come up with this damn plan. We're going to take him back and act like he drowned. Wait for a certain amount of time, and then transport his body back out there early in the morning and dump it. So who's to say it couldn't happen like that? And I say couldn't have happened. I ain't said they did do it because I don't know. Now, one would say, oh, yeah, because the body was nowhere to be found when the people, the Navy, Cajun Navy, was looking for it. But let's say this again. Well, we can go with two theories. The first theory is that I already went over it with you guys before. If you look at science, okay, it says that the body stays down for a while, and then after gas is released and all this other stuff, then the body floats back up. And I forgot how many days it takes to do this, or hours, but it floats back up, okay? So maybe when the Cajun Navy was looking for a possible body out in the water, he was still at the bottom of the ocean or whatever the case is, right? And then, after being out there for a while, then it floated back up, and that's when they found him. It could have happened like that. Right. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said they should have never been talking. Because when you do interviews, okay, and you start saying stuff, you say certain things, it could possibly make people start doubting what you're saying, okay, and start making them think that maybe, you did do something. So that's why I said they should have never did no interviews. Because let's say, what if they didn't have anything to do with it, right? And just say somebody else did something. You making people think that you had something to do with it just because of certain things like this. Right, that's weird. Okay, just like the different times and stuff, inconsistencies, all of that is weird, but that still doesn't mean that people unalived him. That they did it. Because you still got to have solid proof or some type of probable cause in order to do an investigation. So again, we go back to those the cell phone. So say that his phone was deleted, right? And just say they find some little fragments of messages that indicates that some foul play was done. That's when they'll go ahead and do an investigation, or in that autopsy, because we don't know what it says. What if it does indicate that something foul, I'm saying like a foul, no, I didn't say foul, I said foul play was done, then they will investigate it further too, because we don't know what the autopsy report says, because we don't know if that red spot on the back of his head is from blood pooling or from a fall, or somebody hit him in his head. We don't know that. Right. And then why did they take so long to bring that phone? You can't say they didn't know where it was at, because they knew where it was at. Why did they take so long to bring that phone back? You said he could have been chasing a different girl who was on the island, but not one that was part of the 3 boats of Fliz. Then something bad happened after 4:30 on the island. That could be, honestly, that could have happened. Because there was a lot of people on that daggone island, right? A lot of people were on an island. But that's why I said I don't think those boys should have said anything. Because just say if they are innocent, and then they talking, and with people already thinking that they may have had something to do with it, any type of inconsistencies, you're going to think that they did have something to do with it. That's why you don't need to talk. You don't need to talk at all. Yeah, you don't need to talk at all, even if you want to. You just don't need to say shit. Unless you know for sure. I mean, for sure, you don't got shit to do with this. But then you don't need to continue to talk. You just talk one time, like I said originally. Just one time and be done with it. You don't keep on doing interviews. You don't keep on talking about that. Especially, you didn't have anything to do with it. Because we don't know what happened. We don't know if something happened on the island, at the party, if he actually stayed on the island. We got two witnesses. But say if this is a cover-up, and it goes deeper than what we think, anybody you can coerce into saying what you want them to say, especially when you start threatening. So I don't know. I mean, this is just weird. The whole case is weird. It's so many different theories we can come up with. There's just so many different ones. But I will say this. The boys, those boys, all of them, are innocent to proven guilty. I will say that. And the key word is proven. But on the same page, some people do be guilty. And they are still proven innocent because it be a cover-up. And so that is why the mom and dad want and did hire some of their own people to oversee things. Okay, and that's why they're still trying to, make sure their people are there when they examine the phone, because we already seen what happened with the autopsy. They had their own autopsy, but look how long it took them to get the body. The body was decomposing even more so, making it difficult to see certain things. Plus, the throat wasn't there, the lungs wasn't there, the stomach wasn't there. Then they said the brain was gone too. I don't even remember. Those things weren't there. Okay, so therefore you can't come to any type of conclusion to what actually happened if you don't have the damn throat there. How can you tell anything? You don't have the stomach there. How can you tell anything? You don't have the lungs there. How can you tell anything that you need to know? So that basically didn't tell you anything. It was inconclusive. Okay, undetermined, right? So that really didn't tell them anything. So that's why they want to bring the person in with them as well and watch them do the examination of the phone so they can see with them. Everybody can see things at the same time. And that way, if it comes back that nothing was deleted on the phone, then there you go. But it still doesn't prove nothing happened. I'm just saying that would just mean that the phone messages, there was no messages or anything else. I mean, that's, of course, some people are going to think that, okay? I don't think they should have did no interview, because even though they're not under oath, again, you're painting the picture. If you're being inconsistent or you're sounding tripped out, wishy-washy, you're painting a picture already that you probably had something to do with it. And like you said, if you got crazy people out here, that will try to do something to you, that's why I wouldn't have said a damn thing. If I needed to say something, it would only be in one interview, and that would be it. And it wouldn't have been with that dude. I would have got on my own channel and told y'all I don't got shit to do with this, period. Of course, with people online, with the media, with people out in the world. Okay, that's why I just don't believe in saying too much. I don't believe in saying too much. I'm not saying shit. I may say something at one time, like I said before, but after that, that's it. That is it. Because people be saying stuff the way they think, the way they believe you are. They saying stuff the way they think you're saying it. You know what I'm saying? They interpreting what you're saying the way they think. That's what I was meaning to say. Okay. So that's why I probably wouldn't have said too much of anything. I just would have told y'all asses he wanted to hang out with that girl. Okay. And that's what he did. I don't know what happened after that. Period. When the audio came up, if them voices you heard I'm not talking about the enhanced thing. I'm talking about the original one. I just would have told y'all what that was from. Period. Because I'm still trying to figure out But y'all said it's not Nolan. They're not saying Nolan. So I'm still trying to figure out what are they saying. And then when the people enhance it, it really clearly say, y'all trying to say that that is a lie. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, but they got black friends, okay? They got black friends. Christian is mixed, okay? And there's probably some other people that's black, who knows? That's nothing too. No proof of this. You mean to tell me Katie and him didn't take no pictures? And Katie, why come Katie ain't did no interview? Let's hear Katie's side of the story. Katie, you need to come and do an interview, hon. Hell, come to my channel and do an interview. Shay's too ain't gonna ask no weird stuff. I just want to know about you hanging out with them. That's it. Because you said he left and you assumed that he went back on the boat that he came with. He went back on the boat with the people he came with. He said something like that. So you didn't see him no more after 3 or 3:30. And what's up with this other girl? Who is this other girl? Girl, you need to come out and let us know what happened. The 2 witnesses who said they saw them, they already came out, right? Well, come to Shay's Tube and tell me exactly what you witnessed him do. Because I'm trying to figure out if y'all seen this dude, and some people say he was sloppy drunk. Since he's a damn young ass dude, 18 years old, that's how old he was. Why didn't anyone intervene, especially being around water? Especially being around water, because I know I would have said something. So the thing is, I want them to review their phone, examine their phone with Nolan's parents and the people they have there too. Okay? So we can see if any messages were deleted and what these messages say. I don't give a damn if it's one little part. If you hear him, if you read where he's saying shit, I'm in an argument, they're trying to fight me. That's all I need to hear. They're trying to fight me, they're trying to do this or something like that. You said the other girl was never there. She hadn't seen Nolan in over a year. So somebody just basically lied about this right here. See, if it's not a cover-up, why are these people lying? Why are these people lying if this is not a cover-up? I only got like another 15 minutes, y'all. Then we got to get out of here because it's almost 3 a.m. So, again, let me ask this question one more time. Why are these people lying? The other girl was never there. She hadn't seen Nolan in over a year. So why did they lie and say this girl was hanging out with him? Huh? And who is the person who lied? And let's get back to Katie one more time. Why hasn't Katie did an interview? Why didn't they interview Wyatt, Bart, all of these people? Shay, if there was another girl, she could be involved in a crime leading to his unaliving. There is a photo that looks like Nolan with a person with their back turned and a blonde female. Okay, so where is that photo? Because we need to see the front of him to know for sure if it's him. Because there's another guy, a couple guys that were there that I seen that looked like Nolan, and y'all said that wasn't him. And people thought that was him. So who's to say that's really him? And how you know that wasn't it wasn't AI, photoshopped or anything like that? See, One thing about people is that they are quick to say certain things is AI. Some things they don't say. So who's to say that's not AI? Okay, well, that's cool. But before they got advice to not do interviews, because the other two did interviews immediately. Why didn't they do interviews then? Because Katie don't got shit to do with this. I would have got up there the first day and been like, I hung out with Nolan. This is like 30, 40 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. That's it. And then after we got through hanging out, he went back. I thought he went back on the boat and left. Because I left. You know, my parents picked me up, or whoever picked her up, whatever she said. Or whatever she went to do. She went to hang out wherever she went. I just would have been like, I wasn't with him anymore. Period. When you're showing pictures like this, grainy pictures, that doesn't prove nothing to me. Okay, because we don't know for sure. If his back is turned, we don't know if that's him. Okay, he needs to be turned around. Also, we need to make sure the photo is not AI generated. Just like they claim that the audio that I was just talking about is not true, and they're not saying Nolan. It's the same way I want to look at these pictures. We don't know if that's true. We don't know if that's Nolan. It probably isn't him. That's just another trickery type shit going on. When they want to convince you of certain things, they don't say it could be fake. They don't say it could be AI. Oh, that's the real picture. That's him. You don't know if that's him for real because you can't see the front. You just see the back. And there's another 1 or 2 black dudes there that look similar to him. One was walking on the beach. I thought that was Nolan until Jermaine Point said it wasn't. And I looked at the dude up close and realized it wasn't him. Y'all know some people think all black people look the same anyway. So the thing is this right here. Unless I see the front of him, I can't say for sure that that picture is Nolan sitting up there with a blonde girl. And who is this blonde girl? Why hasn't she been interviewed? Why don't we know more about this blonde girl? And hell, since people are accusing people of murder, okay, and she probably hear it, I'm pretty sure she does. When you think you would come up online and say, Nolan was with me, but I don't know what happened to him after he left me? And that's it. Because if he was bent like y'all said he was, he could have been hanging out with this girl, right? And when he finished with hanging out with her, he could have walked out, having a good time, and somehow got in the water. Right? So, I mean, if you was hanging out with him and you don't have shit to do with unaliving him, why can't you say he was out with me? And then also, did anybody else see him hanging out with this blonde girl? Why haven't they said anything? Besides the one person they saw him hanging out with him and just so happened to have a grainy ass picture of him? That is true, but I mean, it would be good to hear from her still, you know? So the thing is, what I'm just trying to say, just like we say the audio, y'all just told me, you and Jermaine, West Hill TV said they're not saying Nolan. So I'm going to go with that, okay? They're not saying Nolan. But the same advice, the same thing that you guys said applies to these grainy ass pictures. They apply to those those grainy ass pictures too. We don't know if that's Nolan. I don't even know if this girl exists, if she's telling the truth or anything else. I don't believe it. Okay, I don't believe that shit. I don't believe the other 2 witnesses. I don't believe none of that. I don't know if those boys did anything, because like I said before, I don't know if they did it. And if they did do something, I don't know if it was an accident. I don't know if it was an accident. I don't know, because I'm not them and I wasn't there. But I don't believe this kid just got drunk, severely drunk, and just magically walked in the damn water. That's not his first time being at that place, at that damn island, on the island. So I don't believe he just did that. I don't give a damn what they come back with. I still believe foul play was happened to him. I just do. Too many people are acting suspect. Okay? If I didn't do shit, I don't have to act suspect. I'm just going to tell you I didn't do it. You can believe whatever the hell you want to as long as you don't got no proof that I did something. Period. So why come Tatum hasn't showed us these two witnesses? He also said that Nolan had some bad stuff or something. Didn't he say something like that, Jermaine? So I don't believe much he says because if you know somebody sold something or gave something to somebody, did he tell the police who these people are? And you said these two witnesses are friends with the boys. And then you said, how do you know that? How do you know that, Jermaine? This is a good conversation tonight. Oh, you said go watch Nancy Gray interview with the Bob Boy's lawyer. Okay, let's go watch that real quick and see. Is it short? Okay, let me see. Nancy Gray's interview with the boy's lawyer. Is that how you type it in there? Nancy Gray's interview with the boy's lawyer. Nancy Gray's be tripping me out. With whose lawyer? Hold on. With the boy's lawyer. Is this the way I type it up there? Let's see if it come up. Don't laugh if it doesn't come up like this. Is this it right here?
Guys, let me move to the boat, the Triton. Has the boat been searched by authorities?
I do not believe that it has been searched by authorities, but it's been available to authorities this entire time. If authorities wanted to come see it, they're more than able to, and have been.
Okay, I find that very interesting, Tyler, and I'll tell you why. In so many cases that I've prosecuted and covered and investigated, you see defendants, targets, trying to get rid of evidence. You see them cleaning the boat. You see them washing it down. You see them trying all sorts of methods to get rid of evidence. It's interesting to me and somewhat probative that your clients have offered the boat up to law enforcement to come and search it. I'm curious, has the boat not just been searched with the naked eye? Has luminol been used on the boat? Has alternative light sources been used on the boat? Has a cadaver dog come to the boat? Has a scent dog come to the boat? To your knowledge, either one of you.
To my knowledge, Nancy, I do not believe that has happened. But again, my three clients, either one of them, none of them own that boat. So if it has, you would have to ask the owners.
Tyler, do I look like I just fell off the turnip truck? Maybe I do, because we did sell turnips at the farmer's market when I was growing up. That said,
if you didn't go to the ER after a car accident, you could still be
God, why?
No, seriously, I didn't go to the ER.
You telling me my clients don't own the boat, so you'd have to ask the owner. Come on, you and Paulsick know if the boat has been searched. You know if cadaver dogs or scent dogs, luminol or alternative light has been used on the boat. Can you just tell me? Yes, no. It's not your client's fault. It's law enforcement's fault if they haven't done it.
If authorities thought that there was something to find on that boat, don't you think this far out they would already done it?
I would think in the ordinary course of an investigation into potential foul play, I would have gone out there and done it. Just
if you believe there was potential foul play.
Just to say I searched it and it was clean. I didn't find any blood.
Well, Nancy,
Cadaver
you're
dog
asking a
didn't
valid.
eat it.
Hold on, you're asking a valid question. You're just asking the wrong people. That's a question for law enforcement.
To your knowledge, has it been searched? Have you been told by anyone that it was searched?
I don't have
I've
any
not been told
involvement
that,
in the
no.
law enforcement. I don't have any involvement in the investigation.
I'm
We're
going to take
conducting
that
our
as
own
a no.
investigation. You can take it how you want. We're conducting our own investigation.
Guys, let me move
Okay, let me see
to
part 2. Now, let me see what else they got going on here. Is this the same one? Okay, we just saw that. Okay, let's see. Let's see
regarding
what's
the body, regarding Nolan's
Yes.
body. We've heard all sorts of inflammatory things, but the one thing that, well, many things are very interesting and probative. For instance, why was Nolan's neck of so much interest to the original medical examiner
Told
that
y'all.
it was removed? His foot wasn't removed. His toe wasn't removed. His ear wasn't removed. Why his neck? The lungs and the neck were removed, which obviously Edward Pulsick touches on COD, cause of death. I understand why the medical examiner took his lungs. He had to run tests on them to determine, did he drown? Of course, all three of us know you can drown and there still be foul play. Somebody whacked you on the head, if somebody held you underwater, it could be any number of things, or it could be an innocent drowning. But why the throat? What was curious about the throat, Ed? Were there marks on the throat? Was there a ligature mark? Was there manual strangulation? Was there a compression? Were there bruises? Were there scratches? I don't know. Was a hyoid missing? I could go on, but I won't. Do either of you know what was of interest to the medical examiner in the removal of Nolan's throat?
I'll tell you this. Listen, we're not coroners. We're not medical examiners. We want to know what happened to him just as much as everyone else. Quite frankly, more. Because Nolan was their best friend. Warren, Morgan, Jax. Nolan was their best friend. We want to know what happened. We haven't examined Nolan's body. We're not scientists.
I just thought
can
maybe you had been somehow told why they took his throat. Okay, that's a no. We don't know why they took his throat.
Yeah, we don't want to speculate.
Let me start with an open-ended question to you, gentlemen. I started with, why haven't they taken a polygraph? I want to hear what your clients are saying happened that day, because my interest is piqued because you stated a young lady, and I assume this is Katie, the mysterious Katie, who turns out not to be that mysterious at all. Much was made of that. Now, one thing about Katie, originally, one or some of your clients said he was with some girl, we don't know her. Then it turned out they had been texting with her, so they did know her. There may be an innocent explanation for that or not. So explain to me, who are they talking about when they said he was with a girl, we don't know her? He had never met her before, but yet they were texting with Katie, the girl he had been with. I'll throw that to you, Tyler. Do you know the answer to that?
Sure. So they didn't know Katie, and they believe that Nolan didn't know Katie before that day. But you have to remember, once they started getting suspicious that Nolan wasn't with them anymore, they start asking themselves, okay, well, where's Nolan? They start texting everyone that they knew. Hey, have you seen Nolan? Do you know where Nolan is? Did he make it back home? All before they called Christine Wells that night, they start asking everybody. And so eventually they end up getting, through mutual friends, whoever, Katie's number. And so I believe it was maybe either Snapchat or text message. They got in communication with Katie. And Katie says, I don't know. We thought he was leaving with y'all. Well, I don't believe that's the case, obviously, because he did not leave with our boys. We don't know what happened to him, but that's Katie's statement. That's how they got a hold of Katie's numbers, because they're frantically trying to find out what happened to Nolan.
What's your take on it, Ed? Because I think he's saying they did know Katie. I couldn't tell if he said did or didn't. Did he say they all did know Katie?
No, they did not.
They didn't know Katie. All right. And they
Did not.
determined who she was. Okay.
Right.
Hey, hold on. Tyler, you stated your clients began to get suspicious, whereas Nolan. When did they get suspicious?
It was later that night. I believe it was around 9 or 10 o'clock, maybe even 11, that they start saying, oh, well, has anyone seen Nolan? Where's Nolan? Did he make it back home? Does anybody know? They start calling around, texting, asking everybody. And once they determined that no one had the answer about where Nolan was, that's when they called Christine Wells. And then they stay on the phone. My client stayed on the phone with Christine Wells for about 5 or 6 minutes. And then he tells her, look, I'm going to call the Coast Guard just to make sure. And he did. He stays on the phone with the Coast Guard for 21 minutes.
Okay. Ed Pulsick, also veteran trial lawyer. Ed, do you concur with that explanation of why they first said, I don't know her, we don't know her, he didn't know her, and then we find out that they had actually been texting with Katie? What's your understanding of that? Again, I had my favorite trial judge, Luther Alverson, would tell every jury, it is your duty to make all witnesses speak the truth. What does that mean? To reconcile the different seemingly conflicting stories to make everyone be telling the truth and impugn perjury on no one. So maybe there's an explanation for this. Why did they say we don't know her and then they're texting her? So they did know her.
That characterization, they didn't say that. There's no contradiction. I can just tell you this. They didn't know her. Nolan was with her much of the day. And he was still on the island.
Just found a lie right there. He says no contradiction. He's a goddamn lie. That boy, Warren, said in the interview, not Warren, no, sorry. Katie said she was only with that dude, Nolan, briefly. So how the hell is briefly the same as much of the day? How is that the same thing? Briefly means we spent, maybe 20 minutes together, 30 minutes together, hours together. That could even be brief. 2 hours together. But much of the day is like hours. Hours. You say he didn't call the Coast Guard. He called someone he knows is the Coast Guard, which is crazy. They're doing a lot of suspect stuff, like I said before. A lot of suspect stuff.
When they left, he apparently spent much of the day with this young lady. That seems to be what happened. But no, there was this young lady was not part of their friend group. That's right.
Okay, so when they say they didn't know her, but yet they were texting her, they did know her name.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that characterization. Yeah, the
enlighten me. I want to know.
Flawed. Yeah, the premise is flawed. She's not part of their friend group. They don't know her. I can tell you that it does appear, once again, it appears that Nolan was with this young lady for much of the day. That does seem to be confirmed by many witnesses. And I can tell you this, Nancy, one thing about this island, I did have the opportunity to go to Horn Island. And when you go to the island, everything starts to make sense. The first picture was maybe not so accurate. If you go to the part of Horn Island where, these events all occurred, you see that there are really no trees on that part of the island. It's flat, it's open. There are no visual obstructions. So there's no trees, there's no shelter.
Okay, we don't give a damn about that. We already heard that, okay? Anyway, they're not saying the same thing. Simple as that. I don't know when this a day ago. Let's see what she said.
Nancy Grace just got checked by Nolan Wells' friends' lawyers. We're about to get into this. I'm Tamara. You're watching the Tamara Neal.
I don't want to see that shit. Okay. So where was the timestamp? Let's see what they say here.
But I can tell you that. I can tell you, look at those photos. Nolan Wells is not on that
The
boat.
photos to me are very convincing. Let's see the photo they're talking about again.
Yes, I'm glad we agree about that. I'm glad we
do
agree.
I know what time that was or what day that was? Is there a timestamp? Look,
Yeah, it was
I'm
around
not
4:30.
saying either of you are lying. I'm saying this is how I would test evidence in court. I mean, I take everything with a box of salt.
That's right. Shit.
When was that taken? Where was it taken? What time was it taken?
Yeah.
I'm curious. Is it timestamp?
And Nancy,
Well,
you've been trying this case for over 30 days.
So
The facts are the facts are the facts. These boys had nothing to do with the death of Nolan Wells.
Okay,
Listen,
when was
we
the
don't-
timestamp on that video?
Nancy, I'm going to answer it this way.
Yes.
We don't think that you're accusing us of lying. We don't feel that way. We're just simply saying this. And it's okay. You're asking legitimate investigative questions. And we don't fault you for that. But here's what we're saying. It's been over 30 days. There has never been one shred, one iota, one piece, nothing. There is no evidence that ties Warren, Morgan, or Jax to any crime because they did not commit a crime. They had nothing
That may very well
whatsoever
be
to
true.
do. Right.
And
there's
again,
nothing.
what's timestamp on that video?
But that's not our burden. See, that's the problem. You're putting this burden on
let me
us.
hear
all
something
right?
real quick. Y'all.
There's
Hold on.
never been.
Hold on.
They had
That
nothing
may very well
whatsoever
be
to
true.
do. Right.
And
there's
again,
not piece, nothing. There is no evidence that ties Warren, Morgan, or Jax to any crime because they did not commit a crime. They had
that
nothing
may very well
whatsoever
be
to
true.
do. Right.
And
there's
again,
nothing.
what's timestamp on that video?
But that's not our burden. See, that's the problem. You're putting this burden on us. All right. There's never been one
No,
piece
you
of
did
evidence.
that to yourself, Paul, when
No,
you
we
said,
didn't.
here's the boat that day and he's not on it. That may very well be true. that may be
no,
absolutely
we
true.
didn't. We
And
didn't
I'm
do that
saying,
to ourselves.
when was the video
Well,
taken?
Well, no, I'm telling you.
Around
that we have
4:30,
multiple-
July 4th.
Yeah. And I'm telling you another thing, Nancy. We have multiple witnesses, and we're going to protect their names on the air here. We're not going to air out a
think you
private
should.
list of witnesses. We are.
What's wrong with his damn eyes? Why is he always looking all around like that? For real, for real.
We're going to protect them. So I want to emphasize that as well. The witnesses that we're talking about, we're not going to do that to them. We're not going to name them here on the air. We're not doing that.
I'm not
So-
asking you to.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you are.
I'm asking you
No, we're
again
not
when the
asking that.
timestamp is on that video. But if you don't know, I'm not saying that that's wrong or right.
Well, I'm not.
I'm saying
No,
I want to know
understand that.
to
I understand that, but
corroborate
that's
that
not-
video.
I understand that, but that's not a relevant question for your present guest since we didn't make the video. But I can tell you this.
Okay. Well, you showed me
Where's-
the video, and that's why I'm asking. Okay. Let me ask
Well,
you
we didn't-
something else.
Yeah, we didn't. But I can tell you that. I can tell you, look at those photos.
I think she muted one of them. I think it was him. What's up, Bronze? It sure is. I mean, him moving them eyes around like that. I can't believe everything he's saying. Doing too much eye movement for me. I don't know what's going on there. Damn. Okay, let's go back. Y'all got a lot of messages up here. That was a hot mess. She did say briefly. So you said the sister did not say briefly? I think she did. Let me go look and see if I can find that, okay? Because I think I read it on my channel. Let me look that up real quick. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull that up. Let's see if this one come up in here. I read, when I told y'all about this, I was reading from something when I said briefly. I hate when I have to go back. I'm gonna have to go look at one of my lives to see it because I can't find it right now. No time. Why? Hey, Brina. Why did Katie's brother and girlfriend have to come get her off? And that's nothing too. And then that's nothing too. And then that same thing that I read to you guys when I said briefly, they said that the her relatives came and got her, and she was okay or some shit, something weird like that. Right, that's crazy. You said you think Jayvon knew Katie though. Well, we already know that right there. Ooh, you said stop it. Katie dated Bart, and Bart was pissed. She was with Nolan. And you said that's a made-up narrative. And you said, right, Brina, that's correct. Yeah, and that's nothing. Why come they didn't say, I know he's not Wyatt's and Bart's lawyer, but I would have still said none of them are guilty. That's what I would have said. I wouldn't have omitted their names, even if I wasn't, representing them. Yeah, I think they lied. I really, truly believe that. Yeah, all that eye movement and shit, looking all around. Nancy knows what's up. Right, and that's exactly. I told you. I knew I had read that. Was a brief encounter. I'm gonna find that. Well, she said that. And they also said that the relatives came and got her, and she's safe or some shit like that. Because I was like, why would they say she's safe? What's up with that? Safe from what? Remember I kept on talking about that? Let's see. Look this up. Let me see if I can find that. Let's see what Yahoo is saying about this right here. Hold on. Let me see, guys. So Jayvon, said he last saw Nolan at about 4 p.m., noting that Nolan was hanging out with a girl and other friends while he was on the trip, and they both left their phones on the boat that Wells took to the island. So the girl has said that she assumed that Nolan was going back on the boat with the boys, with the guys he came with. Then they said that Nolan told them they was going to stay with the girl. I mean, come on now. It's weird. Hmm. And that's another thing too. His mother said he had on black shorts too. And then he changed, I guess he changed to blue. I don't know. And then keeping the phone. I'm just reading some stuff right here. She said that he always, every day, he updates his Snapchat. And then it shows, all of a sudden, it shows more activity for 24 hours leading up to his disappearance. That is weird. She said they did not voluntarily tell her they had his phone or the keys. That's weird. Let's see. Hmm. That's like I said, the whole thing is weird, and I went over the whole thing when I read that. You said they all knew Katie. Let's see. I already looked at it anyway. Let's see. That's her sister. And her sister dispute the claims that Wells intentionally stayed behind to continue talking with Katie. And they just said they talked anyway. That's it. Damn. And just like she took this picture right here on the ocean, so you mean to tell me he didn't take a picture of this girl because he didn't have his camera, his phone, right? So that's why you would think he would have took his phone with him just to take pictures of her. Listen, she says she does not know Trayston. Okay, just because that boy parked this car in the yard, it doesn't mean she has to know him like that. Period. And that could be definitely true. Right, she said right. And they wasn't best friend. Nolan wasn't his best friend. And because his dad said, just because somebody parked the car in the yard, either the mom said it, it doesn't mean you know them like that, okay? She knows Jayvon. She knows him. Oh no, I know what I said is that that's even more reason why I don't think he just would have left his phone on the boat like that. I think he would have brought his phone with him so he can take a picture of that girl since he was trying to talk to her. You know how sometimes when you be on the beach and stuff, dudes, you talk to them, they be like, oh, let me snap a picture. If y'all, talking long enough. Wow. You said that's why they didn't want the Coast Guard to come, because Bart had hurt Nolan on the boat and they were covering the audios wheel. The grandfather canceled the CETO so they wouldn't see him. So what about all the people who were out there in that water? You think they're all covering too? I just know one thing, this shit is a trip. Everything. And I just don't believe, nothing, I believe something, bad happened. I really do. I don't think he just walked out into that damn water. I just do not believe that. It definitely doesn't add up. No, I'm saying before all of that stuff right there, dudes like to take pictures of a cute girl. I don't know why y'all keep acting like that this can't be possible. And why the fuck would he leave his phone if they're gonna leave? Okay? If they're gonna leave him on the island, why would he leave his phone? Anybody can hold his phone if he get in the damn water, if he know other people. Y'all say he knew other people out there. That's what y'all claim. Why would he leave his damn phone on the boat if he gonna stay at the island? How the hell he gonna call somebody when he get back to the mainland? You said that's why they didn't tell. Hold on, let me get this. They didn't tell his mom they had his phone, the keys. That's why he washed the boat. Warren's stepmom is a judge. They protected them boys, and Bart Jayvon was Nolan's. No, they were protecting them boys in Bart. Jayvon was Nolan's friend, right? I believe that some protection is going on, and I also believe some covering up is going on. I really do. I don't know exactly how they did everything, but I definitely believe, that something weird was going on there. I don't know who is responsible, if not all of them. Well, what, Mom? Clarify knowing them. You said Nolan left with them, and that's what I believe. That's what I said before. Maybe he left with the other ones on the boat, right? And that's why nobody saw him except the two witnesses who claim they saw him at 6. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. You say you believe Trace in that moment? Yeah, I do not believe the fact that 2 more people saw him. Anybody can lie. It was see, one thing people keep on forgetting. If this is a cover-up, what does cover-up mean? It means that you are going to cover up something, and that means everybody has to play along with it. That's what a cover-up is. A lot of people can play along with the cover-up. If everybody, down with it, they'll cover it up. Okay, period. I don't believe, like I said before, I don't believe that Nolan Wells got so intoxicated he just walked into the damn water or anything, or he was by the way. I don't believe that. I believe that he was either intentionally unalive or it was accident. Just like I said before. You know what I'm saying? And I still believe in that audio. You guys said he wasn't saying Nolan. For me, and I'm not talking about the enhanced copy. I'm talking about the original one that I played. For me, okay, even if I would have heard this and never knew about this case, I would be saying the same thing. It sounds like they're saying, Nolan, get the F up or wake the F up. And oh my gosh, period. I would still say that. As far as all the pictures, the grainy ass pictures, and where they claim that that's Nolan sitting there with a girl, I don't know if that's him or not. I need to see the front of that person, just like with anything else. I need to see the front so I can see, because there was 1 or 2 other dudes that looked similar to him on that damn island. All right. And as far as this damn lawyer and the other one, especially the one with his eyes going all over the place, I don't know if I believe everything they say. I just don't know. The bigger one is more convincing than the ones with his eyes going all over the place. I don't know if I believe that. All right. I don't know if I believe that. Oh, I got the text already. Wes, I got a copy of that. Right. They don't even care. And that is weird. That is weird as crap. Don't even care. Okay. If you show some type of compassion and shit, we wouldn't be saying, I mean, some people will still be saying stuff, but some people will be like, oh, they do care. It doesn't even seem like they really care. Warren act like he was mad when he was sitting up there. You said Nolan mom cleared up her statement after Trayston proved he and Nolan were close. She said that she didn't know him. Okay, she said she didn't know him. That doesn't mean her son doesn't know him. Listen, parents don't know everybody their kids know, okay? She personally does not know Trayston. Okay? I mean, even if she saw him, she don't know him. She just maybe saw him. She probably wouldn't even pay attention to that dude like that. I mean, it is, but I can understand. Listen, in that grainy photo, I can't tell who that is. But in that in that audio that I have, the first one, I can tell what was being said right there. Okay? You can clearly hear, oh my gosh. Y'all can hear that and something's wrong. And the first thing I heard, it sounds like, I'm going to say sound like, because y'all claim it wasn't said, Nolan, wake the fuck up or get the fuck up. The only thing about that, we don't know exactly what they are talking about. So you really can't use that in a court of law because you don't know what they're talking about. You could be saying, Nolan, wake the fuck up. You could just be saying something like that. So we don't know. My family from Mississippi, that's how they do. Nolan is black. The others are white privileged. The mama is a judge. The grandpa owns a boating company. That's why he has a direct number to the Capitol. Woo. Okay. Yeah, I have family in Mississippi too and stuff. And I was born in Mississippi, but I didn't live there or anything. But yeah. But I got family members in Mississippi and stuff. And my mom she moved back to Mississippi when I moved to Atlanta. And she stayed there for a while. And she just moved from Mississippi back to, Ohio. So yeah. Yeah, they lived in the black section. They still be doing that shit in Mississippi, But yeah, so the thing is this right here. I hope they find out. And I hope that they get together, Nolan's mom and dad, with their people, along with the DA, and go ahead and look at that damn phone to see what's up with that. Because if messages were deleted, they can definitely find traces of that. And they definitely can find some of those. They can retrieve some of those deleted messages. Period. Because I do not believe he did not take any Snapchats or any pictures that entire time. Before he even went to the island, I'm sure he took pictures. His mom said he loved taking pictures. I don't believe he didn't snap no pictures or texts or anything else. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. So I cannot wait until they get together and do that. And I also can't wait until they reveal the autopsy report in toxicology when that comes back. Because I'm going to be, I can't wait to see what it says. Even though if this is a cover-up, let me say this again. If this is a cover-up, though, and I say if because we don't know, don't be shocked if it comes back saying that it's inconclusive or they didn't find anything. Because if it's a cover-up, they're going to cover it up all the way. This is why Nolan's mom was trying to do, that's why she did do the other autopsy. You know what I'm saying? But with that, I think they should have did that immediately if they could have done that, Because by the time they got that body, his body had decomposed even more so. And then also, since they had already removed his throat in his lungs and things like that, especially the throat, it's going to be hard to tell, exactly what happened. And I think they knew that when they signed that body to them, point blank. So on the coast, it's rich versus poor, not race. But in Mississippi itself, in Laura, Mississippi, And those areas around there is race as well. Who knows 8 people on a sinking boat anyway? That damn boat wasn't sinking. She originally said she didn't know Tracy, probably because Tracy messed up the narrative that it was Nolan said, give me my effing phone. I don't think that's the reason why she said that. She said it because she probably don't know him like that. To her, he don't mean he's nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? So, just like my kids' friends, they know me, but I don't know them damn kids. Okay, just because they came over my house and parked their car, I don't give a damn. I don't still know them. And if my daughter tells me that that's not her best friend, I'm gonna say, well, she said they're not best friends, and that's what I'm gonna say. So come on. How the lady that first cleared the audio and heard the audio, that's why she's standing by her word. She don't know them. So how she got, that's what I'm trying to figure out. The thing is, like before I heard her audio, the first audio I heard Nolan get the fuck up or wake the fuck up. I think I said get the fuck up. And I heard, oh my gosh. So in the way they were talking, it doesn't sound like it was a friendly get the F up. You know what I'm saying? So even before I heard the enhancement, it just sounded weird. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe she did anything to that. I believe she did what she said she did. You said she should have posted out no captions. She could have. I still would have heard it. He said, we agree on that part. Yeah, you do agree. You said nobody goes to the grand jury with no action. Right. So you say you disagree with him on everything else? Okay. They sure wouldn't. They still trying to cover it up, though. I don't think they're not. Okay. It'll be a little harder now because you got all these people involved, all these social media people doing stuff. Then you got Trump and his team and everything. There's a lot of people involved in this, so it's going to be a little bit harder. But with them, anything is possible. Here's another theory. Nolan got on the boat, okay? Nolan got on the boat. Then it starts sinking. Then Nolan says, you guys yelled at me, get on the boat. Now the damn thing is sinking. I'm swimming back to the shore. I don't believe, Westville, if you don't stop, I do not believe that boy said that bullshit right there, okay? I don't believe that, okay? I'm swimming back to the shore. What the hell would he be swimming back to the shore in that damn water? He already knows about that damn water. He's been out there before. He's been out there before. They went there last year, too, for 4th of July. That's what Warren said in that interview. He did like swimming back. And especially being drunk. And one of them would have swum. I guess one of them would have jumped in the water and made his ass come back. Shit. Well, let me see what these people talking about. Like, oh, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't believe that now. A lot of people think that. I'll swim back to no damn boat. And then you say then they had another earthquake over there. And now you saying that wait, hold on, let me see something. Damn, they found the woman's human remains? Hold on, let me check this out. Hold on. Oh, that's not for her. Why did they do that? Why did they be lying? That's stupid. Okay, why even put that up there? I'm thinking they found that lady. That's why I always read everything, because they be putting up shit for what you call that when they do it to get you to watch it? Clickbait. Regular news sources do clickbaits. That's sad. Why Katie Fellme's talking for her? She don't know. That's what I said. Why come she's not speaking out? And I'm not saying now from the start. Why didn't she say something from the start, the first day, like everybody else was speaking, before they started getting lawyers and everything? I don't think she has anything to do, but I don't know for sure because I don't know. I don't know for sure. I don't think he would be swimming out in that water like that because he already knew that water is tricky. Like I said, for Katie, I don't know for sure. At first, I was like, nah, she don't got nothing to do with it. I don't know for sure with Katie. Yeah, and that's what came out. Damn it, Bart. Let's play that audio again real quick. You know, she did. She did go there in the beginning. Me and Jermaine we thought at first that they may be using her and trying to pin stuff on her because they kept on emphasizing that he went with Katie, he went with Katie, he went with Katie, he went with Katie. All of them did. He said, why the mom? The judge didn't say she was on the island. And let's look at this. Let's listen to this damn lawyer right here tripped me out. They said, I thought somebody said the judge was there. I don't know. These people come with different stuff every day. So you said, so all these people that hung out with Nolan a lot, they are going to sit back and not say anything about, maybe they scared. You said Ava was on the boat. Okay. Maybe they're scared. West Hill, you'll be shocked. I mean, the people conceal stuff. I'm not saying that they did, but I'm just saying you'll be shocked. Okay, so let's go back and listen to this audio real quick. I wish I could find the original one that I pulled up when it first came out before the enhancement. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let's see. Okay, let's see if we can hear it right here.
Listen to the beginning of this call. Listen to the beginning of this call before the dispatcher gets to talking and tell me what do y'all hear.
Let me see.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership. Hey, up! Get the fuck up!
That's when his little sneaky ass covered up the phone after he told them to shut the F up. So they was quiet. Then he got back on the phone and said, huh? And couldn't explain how they were sinking.
Right.
Y'all got to pay attention. Rest in peace, Nolan Wells. Justice for Nolan Wells.
Yeah, right. Because on that part where I said he sounded like he was distracted. Okay. And he came back, huh? He wasn't even paying attention. And then when he said, we're sinking now, the boat is sinking now, whatever he said, that shit, he wasn't paying attention to no boat sinking. It was something else going on. I don't believe that call was altered or anything else. Okay. And I heard, Nolan, get the fuck up or whatever. And this is super. Let me see what the super has sound like.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership. Hey, up! Shut the fuck up! Damn it, Bart. What'd you say? Hey. It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now. I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry Atkerson. I think it's Jerry Atkerson. Try that. I know we have a membership, like, guaranteed. I don't have the tag on here. It got ripped off. Reach me at 2. What? Yeah, everybody's off the way. What? No, we do not need that. Let me go look. Will. Hey, North. All right, are you ready? North 3 degrees. 46.72. Sorry, look. Hey, what do I need to send you? Yeah, what? No, we do not have the VHF radio. Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684 north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.79. Yes, we are at Horn Island. Yes. We were sinking, yes. Oh, we're not aground. We are in 17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water. I want to get this boat unsank and towed back, yes. You can tow it to Ocean Springs Harbor, or Fort Bayou launch. No, there's no children. Hey, Ford, drop in the water. Kind of jump in and pull the plug, Bart, while you're going. Hold on. Take it out of here. Take it out of here. Hello. Take it out of here. Okay, what's going on? What's up? There are 0 adults on board. No. Nobody here is over the age of 21. Hello? Yes, there's lots of people breathing on the boat. Like 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, we have life jackets available. A Triton, 22 foot offshore, 22 foot Triton offshore sea flight hull.
You know, if this audio is fake, who in the hell put all this together? That's what I'm asking. And y'all say Bart, but you heard the other name. Okay. Damn, this is a trip, y'all. Because every time I listen to this is a trip. Period. You said it sounds like a spirit box. Right. And then there was something else I was going to say about the sinking thing. I can't remember what I was going to say. But I'm still thinking about all the shit that was said. I do not know. Thank you so much, hon. He said he may have a mother and stepmother. Wow, they quit. That's what I heard that too. Man, if you listen to that real good, you can hear stuff. Okay. Now, I mean, you clearly can hear a lot of stuff on the enhanced one, but even on the first one I heard, where I said get the fuck up or wake the fuck up, you can clearly hear that. And oh my gosh. And drain all the water out. Yep. Right, and that's the same thing I was saying. Okay? Why not just say what's up for real? Shit. No, they said, why come his friends just didn't tell the mom that? Okay. Like, for example, okay, not for example, but like when he decided to stay there. Okay, when they got back to their place and the mom came there, they could have immediately said, Nolan stayed out with a girl or whatever the case is. Here's his keys in the phone. Should have took all that time to go get that shit. They should have had that immediately and gave it to her. He was very distracted. Okay, very. Yeah, if you're sinking, you would be more concerned with that phone call, not what's happening in around you. Okay. You'd be like, hurry up and get your ass out here because the water coming, through the boat. And why hasn't Wyatt, Will, Ike, Burrell, Joe, Carter, Jacob, or Ava spoken out? And you said because they were drinking and didn't want the Coast Guard to see that. I'm sure the Coast Guard know they be getting effed up. They've been out there every damn time doing the same thing. They probably all know what's going on at that island. Yep. Yep. The thing is, the interviews, the stuff that they say, their actions make people think that it's more to their story. Okay, let's keep it real. That's why I said it shouldn't have been no interviews. And if you did have to say something, just one interview and be done with it. Just get on your YouTube channel and just talk about it and be done with it. Not 50,000 interviews, because the more you talk, the more you're going to misconstrue things, or if you're lying, you're definitely going to misconstrue things. I personally believe something definitely went on more than what's being told. Okay. I don't know where it happened at, because certain things don't add up, but I believe that, it was foul play. I definitely believe that. I don't believe that he just jumped in a boat and swam back. He swam back. I don't believe that. That's stupid. Even when you drunk, that's stupid. What the hell you gonna get in that water and swim back like that for? That's stupid. And he already knows. He already knew that water can be a trip. He knew that because he's been there before with them. Warren said that they went there last year. They've been there before. He also said at first that they wasn't used to seeing something like this happen. And then in the next sentence, a couple of minutes later, he says, I'm used to seeing people, get in situations at the island, get unalive. That's what he basically said. I'm like, well, I thought you just said you wasn't used to this. And just say if he meant something else, then that's why I said, you don't need to do all these interviews, because you may mean something else. But then when we hear it, we're going to think you're talking about something else. So all them interviews shouldn't have been done. A lot of people says that. But why would they say Wyatt? I still don't believe he jumped in the water to swim back. If he just listen, West Hill, if he jumped in the water to swim back, why didn't they just tell the police that? If he jumped in that water to swim back, well, why is the big secret? They would have seen him do that. Okay, he got mad. He jumped in the water and swam back. Yeah, I know. He didn't mention nothing about him being intoxicated. And if he jumped in the water and swam back, they would have said that quick and nothing too. They could have said that from the get-go, shit, that he jumped in the water and swam back. I don't believe that. They didn't think about that because, it's not true in the first place. He didn't swim back. Please, that's silly. At nighttime. Was it night then? No, because it would have been like at 3 or 4, so it's still daylight. Then he swim back. And then why come nobody else saw him jump in the water and swim back? There was people out there. There was too many boats to swim back. He could get a ride with anybody. You had another person who claimed that Nolan asked him for a ride back to the mainland. So I don't know if that person is telling the truth. Because I mean, they could be, they may not be. I don't know for sure. So you say he was found. Wait a minute. You say he was found. They say he found him with what? Shorts on. And what else? I don't know. And if they threw him in their accessories, okay, you throw him in the water and shit, and then he gets drowned, then they accessories, okay, and then they still gonna be charged for concealing a crime. If you throw somebody in the water, you're gonna see them obviously drowning, okay, having a problem in the water. If you don't see them get to the damn shore, I'm pretty sure it depends on how far it is, they would know. And then another thing too, if he did do this, okay, so it was more than just them out in the water. Anybody could have went to see if he actually made it to the shore, or they could have went and picked him up. So now I don't believe he swam back to the shore. That's weird. That's weird as hell. I don't believe that. Just because he wasn't in there long enough. That's why his body wasn't bloated or anything else, because they just put him back in there. That's why they just put him in there. Okay, they took him back out there. He was never in that water. He wasn't into that water until, just like Jermaine said, they took him out there at 5 o'clock in the morning and dumped him off. Okay, that's why his body wasn't bloated. I mean, of course, if you look at it the scientific way, it could be many different reasons, like the water, temperature and things of that nature. But let's keep it real. We know getting down well, at least we think, that he was placed in that water later on. We don't think he was in that water the whole time. It's very easy to conceal a body in a boat. The only thing about it is that smell. So you would think he would be placed somewhere else. But if you got people in law enforcement in your family, they know how to do certain things, okay? And they can help you out and tell you what to do. My son is a police officer, and I got other people in the law enforcement and stuff. You can ask them questions about certain things, okay? Not saying that I'll be asking people questions. I'm just saying you can. And you just never know, what transpired. And I hope, if they did do something, I hope that somebody actually starts to feel guilty and scared. Okay, and I hope they say something. That's what y'all prayers should be. If y'all believe in God, you should be praying that the truth will be revealed. Okay. If he actually got in that water some kind of way and just accidentally drowned on his own, we need to know this. If somebody did it to him, we need to know that too. As a parent myself, if something like this happened to my kids, I know getting damn well me and my husband will be damn doing everything we can to find out what happened. Okay? And with all the weird shit that be going on, and especially how the justice system sometimes can be very racist against blacks, because we hear about these type of stories all the time. You know what I'm saying? You know, good and dead gone well, most parents, especially decent, good parents, are going to try to find out what exactly happened to their child. I don't know that one parent that wouldn't be doing what Nolan Wells' mom is doing. Period. And as far as her getting donations, they're getting donations, so what? If you don't think that she should get any donations, then just make sure you don't donate to her. Don't donate. Okay? You don't donate because you can't worry about what other people do. You cannot worry about what other people do. You just got to do what you need to do. If you don't think they should get donations, don't make no donation. You said he was placed back out there. I think so too. You said you never seen the park ranger who found the show. They didn't show none of that. In Cleveland, and that's nothing. Go wash the damn boat. But you know, if they would have checked the boat, they could use, like Nancy Grace said, you can use specialized stuff to still, track blood and stuff like that, blood splatters. Yeah, and hopefully, since he lost a lot of weight, hopefully, if something happens sinister, hopefully he let it out the bag. Yep. That's why when in the interview, I don't know, I can't really pinpoint how he was acting up there. Yeah, I can't really pinpoint it, but it was like, I don't know, it looked like he was damn mad, if you ask me. I don't know. At times, not the whole time, but at times he looks like he was mad. And I think as far as Tracy was too worried about shit. The black people turning their backs against him and shit. Yeah, shit, they probably done cleaned that boat so many times by now. It's too late now. I mean, they would have did that a long time ago. But yeah, they probably cleaned that boat so many times and shit, and please. But what would need to happen is that somebody who witnessed stuff, they would have to come out and tell what happened. Because otherwise, you'll never know. Until 25 years from now, somebody be on their D-bed and they'll be like, oh, this is what happened. Then it's too late. You said that boy could have been, okay, Nolan, Hunty, he sure is. If they actually have something to do with this, he needs to hunt all of them. Let's keep it real and stuff. Okay, let me stop sharing this real quick. So anyway, y'all, this is it for this live tonight. I definitely appreciate everybody for being here. Thanks to everybody in the bushes, everybody who watched this on the replay. Again, it is Nolan Wells' birthday. Too bad he's not here to enjoy his birthday and stuff. And my prayers are extending out to his family. Okay, his mom, his dad, his siblings, his other relatives, and his friends. You know what I'm saying? Because it's very, unfortunate and sad when a parent loses their child, especially when someone does it, cut his life short, which is plainly ridiculous. And I definitely hope that justice is done, served, and stuff, because it's not right. You know what I'm saying? Regardless, it is not right. I'm so sick of, black people going out, hanging out with their friends and end up being unalive. And then they quickly attach the S word to their unalivings. It's not right, because all of these unalivings are not S's. Yep, happy birthday for Nolan. Okay. I know his mom and them probably sad today. I can't even imagine that, and then the holidays coming up. So that's why I tell people they need to stop tripping out, stop saying what she shouldn't be doing, because if it was your child or anything, you'd be damn devastated. Okay? And people do handle grief and stuff differently. Everybody don't handle stuff the same way. So people do what works for them. And we don't need to be saying shit, because any day You could be in that position. You know what I'm saying? It could be your kids. It could be anybody in your family. Okay? And if you want compassion, you got to show compassion. You want sympathy, you need to express sympathy for others. Because like I said, because you never know if something like this can happen to you or someone in your family. Alrighty? So over here in the comment section, we got Marina, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Jermaine, thank you so much for being here like always. Yeah, Mama Magazine, thank you so much for being here. I'm about to check you out. You got a channel? I'm about to check you out. Let's see. West Seal TV, thank you so much for being here. Y'all, we be having some good conversations over here. We all don't agree with each other, but we still keep it respectful, and we have some good conversation over here. And I definitely appreciate all of you guys, you know, advice, opinions, and everything. Everybody got their right to whatever they think. So in the chat, before we leave, do you think that Nolan was unalive? I think he was unalive. If you think that it was an accident, just say accident. Thanks to Bronze, always here showing support. This is my other channel. It's a shopping haul channel right there. I think I got everybody. Let's see. I think there was one more person that came here. I can't remember who it was. Shit. And again, thank you so much for that donation. Definitely appreciate you. Tony Dance, thank you so much for being here, huh? Have a good night at work. Shit, it's probably almost over right now. Okay, I think I hit everybody. I think I did. If I missed anyone, thank you guys so much for being here. I definitely appreciate you guys. And again, y'all, you say you don't know for sure. Unalive. We definitely are not going to let this go at all. Over here on Shades too, I'm gonna tell you straight up, when I cover cases, I cover them from the beginning all the way to the end, and we still go back and revisit. Okay, it's like y'all need to check out that Jayvon McGee story, and you got to see another prime example of some damn people in the town, a small town, unalive this kid, said that he committed the S word and covered it up, and it was a whole bunch of people who covered it up. Okay, and that's on everything. I need to go check out his story. All right. I know. Yeah, at work, right? You have a good night at work. Okay, unalive. So the majority of people think he was unalive. Yeah, Carmelo going to hearing today, and I'm going to be talking about that later on. They sure will. Thank you, Lord Levon. You right about that? Shit. And they will also sell your ass out. They quick to sell you out. Okay? You got one more hour at work and you'll be off, huh? I know that's right, shit. I was at work for 9 hours today. A long time. I be working long hours. Not all the time, but sometimes I do. You have to make that money, right? Tony Dance for be out here, you know, struggling and shit. You know what I'm saying? Being lazy, not getting damn thing. But like I said, as far as Christine, I think everything she's doing, she need to do it. And y'all stop being so harsh on that woman. She just lost her son. Shit. Like I always say, you never know when the shoe may be on the other feet. So y'all don't do that shit. Especially if you got kids and nieces and nephews, sisters, you know, brothers, mom, dad. You never know. So make sure y'all don't do that. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Another donation. Let's do this right quick. I didn't even know about those jewels. I didn't even see them before until Jermaine told me. I was like, what? I got to get another sound effect. These damn cheap ass StreamYard sound effects, and they charge $50 per month. So we're going to talk about Carmelo Anthony too later on tonight and stuff. I'll try to come in a little earlier. It won't be too early because I'll be at work, but we will definitely be talking about him because, you know, I've definitely been covering that case ever since the stuff happened. And I'm going to still say that I believe he committed self-defense. I don't give a damn what nobody say. I definitely believe it. And me being in those situations myself, before and I had to F somebody up, I know good and damn well that, you know, people will make you use self-defense because they be messing with you. Now, if it was excessive, I don't know. I mean, we will see. That's why I hope he does get a retrial, you know, because I want to hear him talk. I want to hear him talk and tell us what happened. That's what I want him to do. Tell us what happened and let us know what happened from his view, period. You know, because they didn't do that. And plus, I want to see some character witnesses and stuff and all that too. I just want him to have a fair trial, okay? Because I don't believe the first one was fair. I think they went in there already saying they're going to convict this kid, okay? That they just already believe it wasn't self-defense. And when you go places like that, when you go into a courtroom and you already made up your mind, pretty much you're going to go with what you decided on before you got there, you know. And plus the way the judge was talking too, so I think a lot of that stuff played a role in that. But I don't believe he just deliberately, you know, unalive Austin. I just don't. You know what I'm saying? And I just think it's an unfortunate thing, period. You know, one kid lost his life, the other one basically lost his as well. So he's still breathing, but he still lost his life. You know, and I just don't believe this good kid would just go out and just start adding some damn one without thinking that, you know, they were going to do something to him where he felt like he needed to defend himself. So I'm going to always cover his shit until he gets his sentence reduced. I don't know if he's going to get out of jail because it depends on, you know, when he get the retrial. If he gets the retrial, you know, what evidence will come out and etc. I don't know if he will get, you know, out of jail, out of prison, but he may get a reduced sentence. You know what I'm saying? So we will see. They sure will. You got that right. There's a lot of them out here. Some on social media too. Be perpetrating. And go with the flow. Any damn thing they get them more views, they're going to do it. One thing about Shades Tube over here, Shades Tube, you know, she believes exactly what she say, okay, on everything. Now, sometimes I be wrong. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can tell me because I don't trip over here. And you can have your own opinions over here too. I do the same thing on my Country Wayne Reaction Lives. A lot of people don't do it. And I don't care if they don't agree with what I say anyway. I'm going to say what I think I believe, point blank. You know what I'm saying? Just like over here, you know, Jermaine in West Seal TV just said that regarding the audio that, you know, he might not have said Nolan, wake the fuck up or get the fuck up. He could have said something else. So I was like, you know what? He could have, but I still think that's what he said. You know what I'm saying? But, I mean, they could have. Who knows? Who knows? But that's irrelevant anyway. The real shit lies in the proof that they find. The real proof. Like, for example, if those phone calls, text messages, or whatever were deleted, and if he said anything in it that indicates somebody was doing something to him, period. If somebody comes out and tell us that one of the boys comes out and tell what exactly happened, then there's proof right there. Okay? All right. So with that being said, you guys have a blessed night. And I'll see y'all later on with another Shades to Late Night Owls Talk Time. Good night, y'all. Have a blessed Wednesday, too. Oh, shut up, dude. Okay? Because you know I'll be doing it. Right. They need to, and that's another thing, too. Where are the time steps? We don't know when the hell they took those pictures and videos. Y'all gotta stop being so gullible. See, years ago, they did that shit to y'all black people. Y'all ancestors. Okay, so let me tell you, you got to stop believing everything you hear, okay, and see, because you just never know and stuff. In all honesty, people in general, let's take the race thing out of it. People in general, you better stop believing everything you see, okay, and hear. A long time ago, let me just tell y'all this quick story before we get ready to leave. I'm going to scare y'all now. A long time ago, I used to tell people that ghosts did not exist, right? And then back in, when we first moved to Texas in 2008, we went to look at this house in Colleyville, Texas, okay? And I took a picture of the house. Developed the picture 6 months later, 7 months later, a long time later. Look, I developed the pictures myself. Looked at the damn picture. I'm like, what in the heck is this? Okay, so I take the picture to the person at the desk, the counter. I was like, what's this? He looked at the picture and said, that's a daggone ghost. He didn't say ghost, he said a D word. I don't like saying that too much, but that's what he said. Y'all, I kid you not. In that picture, it was a man in the glass, you know, the doorway in the glass, because the door was glass. And all you can see is his face with no eyes, no nose, no lips. His face was white, like just white. He had on a cowboy hat. He was standing in like a cowboy stance, you know, with his hands. He didn't have no hands, but his arms and stuff, it, you know, was like in the cowboy stance, how they stand, you know, with their hands on their waist or whatever above their belt, you know, like cowboys do back in the day, and his legs was apart. And I took a picture of that, and I got that picture. I'm not joking. And I showed it, and I put it up on my Instagram page, but I showed it over here a couple of times and stuff. So I don't tell people what is not out there. And then after that, well, when I used to live in Atlanta, one time my kids ran up to the downstairs, and they was like, Mom, we see something in the mirror. And I'm like, if y'all don't take y'all ass back upstairs and stop bugging me with that bull crap, because I know y'all lying. And they kept on telling me that they saw somebody in the mirror walking by, you know, like a shadow light type thing. Okay, so I brushed it off and told me, get out of my face with that bull crap, because y'all just tripping out and stuff. Go back upstairs. You know how parents be and stuff. And they were scared to go in their room, but I still make them go back in there. So years later, we relocated to DFW, to Kelly, Texas. And I was asleep one night, and I woke up. I don't even like talking about this shit. And when I woke up, I felt like, you know how you can just picture somebody watching you and shit? I wake up, and I see this damn shadowy looking thing on my damn door. And it was like all black. He had on like like those cape coats and shit. And he had on like a hat. And I was like, what the hell is that? I had to wake up and pick up my glasses and put those on, because I'm like, what the hell? And I don't know why I said to my daughter, come and get your daggone hamster. Because, you know, good and damn, that wasn't a hamster, right? I was just saying anything because I was half asleep then. So I put on my glasses and woke up. And I saw that damn thing for real on my door. I took something on my dresser, on my table, and I threw it at it and told it to get the hell out of my house. And the damn thing came off the door and not flew, but glide all the way across my room, and it went through the mirror. It went out through there. Okay? And then after that, it didn't scare me. No, it didn't. And then after, I told you what I said. And then after that, that same thing I used to see every single, not every day, but all the time. My kids started seeing it. I was seeing it. My husband is sick because he always be on the road driving and stuff, because he's over the road driver, owner operator. So he never did see it. He used to say we was weird because we always see weird stuff. And that damn thing followed us all the way from Texas. It actually followed us from Atlanta. I just didn't know it, to Texas, to out here to California. Okay. So I talked to one of my friends one day and told him about it, because at that time when it was out in California, I know it was just sending a lot of bad vibes or something, you know, around us and stuff and everything. And I was going through something that I'm not going to tell y'all about. And I think it was an effect from that. So I talked to one of my friends, okay, from a whole different country. I talked to him about it. He told me what to do and told me to do a prayer. And I did this prayer. I actually put it in my own words, but of course I used God and Jesus and all that in it. And I got rid of that. Okay, I got rid of it. And ever since then, I do those prayers every so often, just in case. And I haven't seen that thing since I thought I saw it one day. And so I did that daggone prayer again and stuff. So now I don't say stuff don't exist. Okay, I don't say none of that foolishness because you don't know what exists out here. You don't know. Just because you don't see it, it doesn't mean that this stuff doesn't happen. Okay, and that ain't shit. It was on my dresser at that time. I don't even know if it was an actual mirror. It may have just been a window. I can't remember. You know, it wasn't this dresser right here. It may have been just the mirror. Let me think. What did I get? It wasn't this. It was a mirror on there. That's why, because this stuff right here is here. Because my furniture there, I left it there when we left. So it was a mirror there. And they went through the mirror out the window and stuff. But I just got it at the regular furniture store and stuff. Yeah, that's probably what it was. I bet you I unattached it on everything I did. And then one time when I was in Texas, I was sleeping in bed. Now this was like an out of body experience. I don't know. Okay, so I was sleeping in bed, right? Y'all think I'm joking. I was sleeping in bed and I was asleep. And I didn't really I did not wake up, but when I woke up, okay, I woke up somewhere else. Okay, it's like I could see myself laying in the bed, sleep. And so it's like I was floating, and all I could see is like a bunch of it was like it was real like bright color. It was like bright, but it was like more of like not like the sky we see what we see. It was more metallic, like it was still like the sky out there, but I'm just saying the way I saw it. And next thing I know, I heard somebody saying, "Go back," a man's voice. And I was like, why? Because I'm always saying why anyway. I said why because it's so beautiful out there, the light. And that person told me to go back. And I said, why? He said, because if you don't go back, you are not going to wake up to take care of your kids. And immediately when he said that, I woke back up. It was back inside my body. Now that's the trip. And the thing about it is, I think that's pretty much like when you die, because I'm going to tell y'all straight up, I didn't even remember about my kids. Everything was like perfect, peaceful, calm, cool. I didn't remember anything about the kids or anything like that. If that person would have told me to turn back around, I would have kept on going. So I think when people pass on, I don't believe they recall the stuff that happens here. You do, I believe you also see yourself, because I saw myself laying in the bed and stuff. And then when I was young, like when I was 11 years old, I was asleep in the bed. Now this is kind of tripped out, scary. Okay, I was sleeping in the bed. And once again, it seemed like somebody was watching. So I woke up. When I woke up, I saw something at the end of my bed, and it had on like a long metallic like robe type thing. At that time, I didn't know what it was, okay? But it was like a long robe because it was dragging on the ground and stuff. I couldn't see his face. Okay, all I could see is that he had some on his head. And I did get scared because I was young, but I wasn't like terrified. But I used to be scared to sleep in the dark and stuff like that. So I used to sleep with the light on. And it just went through my closet. And outside, I looked in the closet, all I could see is a bright light when he went through it. But then after he went through it, it disappeared. The light, the closet was back like it was. And then one time I was asleep when I was little, something slapped the shit out of me in the bed. I'm not joking, on my legs or somewhere. I woke up. Ever since that day, I stopped sleeping with covers off of me. I just now started to sleep with covers off at times. So those are experiences that I have seen and have experienced. And so therefore, I don't sit around here and say what does not exist because I didn't see it, because you don't know what's out there. And those are the things that I did see definitely changed my mind. Not so much when I was little, I just was scary then, but when I got grown and I saw stuff, you know, especially that shadow creature, because I looked them up to see exactly what it is and stuff. That was a hot ass mess. And the funniest thing about it is back in 1991, I wrote, because I write, y'all. I write short stories, poetry, song lyrics in plays and stuff like that. And I wrote a book in 1991. Well, actually, it wasn't a book. I wrote a poem called "The Shadow Man Is Coming." And you know, when I wrote that, I wrote exactly what I saw years later. That's weird, isn't it? Now, I don't know if that's, I don't know if you teleport. I just call it out of body experience. What? Nah, I mean, I didn't get to that point. You're so silly. You think so? I don't know about that. But then again, you could be right. I don't know though for sure. But I know one day I'm gonna think my spirit left that body that day. Shoot, I remember everything like it was yesterday, man. It's a trip. So I believe that's how, like I said, when you pass on, I believe it's similar to that. You don't feel no more pain. You don't even remember anything. Because I didn't even know I had kids. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I mean, because like if that voice, which was a male voice, would have told me to turn around and go back, I wouldn't have came back. And that was in 2011. Too young to be passing on too, man. But that was the trip. But I wasn't scared with that one. I didn't tell nobody for a long time. The only one that scared me is when I was a little kid with the slap and stuff in the whatever that was in my room. Oh, okay. Well, soul. Okay. 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 But yeah, so I wanted to tell y'all that, y'all wouldn't believe all the stuff that I have encountered. But that one at that daggone house, y'all, and don't believe that either. When I went in that house was gorgeous. It was gorgeous. Man, we made jokes in the house. We were like, we ain't gonna be up in this part of the house because probably ghosts live up in here. Those are the jokes we were making in the house and stuff. It wasn't all cold. I didn't hear no spooky noises and shit. It was just nice in there and everything. And so I'm just glad we didn't get the house. Because man, oh man, I would have had to move. So what if I would have moved? And then I put the house up on ghostencounters.com or whatever. So if you go on there, you will, I think it's Ghost Encounters. Let me see. I don't even like taking shit like that in my phone. But I think that's what it is. If you go to Ghost Encounters, let's see. If you go to Ghost Encounters in Keller, Tech, no, not, it was in Colleyville. In Colleyville, I think that would pull it up, Texas. Let's see if it'll pull it up. Yeah, wait a minute, hold on. Oh man, I don't even remember them. That's not the name of the site. Let's see. Damn, I forgot the name of the site. It's not Ghost Encounters. I thought that was it. Let me see if I can find it real quick so y'all can go look at the house. Let me see. Bookmark. Because I got it on my computer because I put the picture up on there because I wanted to know if anybody moved in that house. And because that house is gorgeous. It's $800,000, y'all. At that time, it's probably more than that now. I don't know if this is it. I don't think this is it. Let me see the name of the site. I'm going to tell y'all what it is in a minute. Y'all can go look at it. Here it is right here. Colleyville, Texas. I don't know if that site is still up there. Let's see. Yeah, it is. No, I'm wrong still. It's called ghostofamerica.com. My ass know I'd be wrong. Ghost, that don't sound nothing like I just said first. Ghostofamerica.com. And then when you get to it, you just put in, it's ghostofamerica.com. And I can go to it right now. It's called Colleyville, Texas. Let me see. Ghostofamerica.com. Let me see. Hold on. I'll show y'all real quick. Oh, no, I can't go on this page right here. Hold on. Let me cancel that. Let me do it on another page. I almost messed up. Let me do it over here. Let's see. Ghostofamerica.com. I'm going to show y'all because y'all think I'm lying. This is the first time I ever got a picture. I showed it to, I put it online. Some people thought it was fake. I said, when you show them real stuff, they think it's fake. But when you show them fake shit, they think it's real. It's dumb. Dumb. Let me see if I can get it on here. Ghost of America. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. I just had it on the other thing. And then I'm going my ass to bed. Let's see, where did I just see that at? Maybe putting up a different. Let me see. I'm gonna have to just type it in there because it may be up here. Let me see. Yeah, I'll be saying shit don't be existing now, man. I'll be saying shit. I'll be saying nothing. Well, some things I do know is a straight up lie though, but I mean, I still don't say nothing. Okay, let me just type it into the damn search bar because I thought I had it right there and clearly I didn't. Let's see. It is on my other one though, but this may be a different bookmark right here. Let me see if I can pull it up. Let me go to Google. Let me see. Let me go to Google. I know I'm not sharing it right now, but I will in a minute. Before we get ready to go, I'm gonna scare y'all asses. Ow. Let me see if I can pull it up like that. Yeah, this is it right here, Ghost of America. I think this is it right here. Oh yeah, this is it. Okay, let me show y'all now. Let me see if I can show. Okay, so let's go over here and present, share screen, signing. Yes, let me show y'all. Oh no, let's close this shit. Okay, let me see if I can type in the address. See, I ain't did this in so long. Let's see if this site is still up here. Now, what is this? Shit up. Hold on, let me close this out. I don't know what this is. Okay, now let's see. What do you put it at in the search bar? Okay, so let's see. Search. Let's see. Colleyville, Texas. Let me do it like that. I think it comes up like this. Let me see. Oh man, this went to something different. Let me see. I bet you this, I don't even know. Let's see how you get to it. I don't forgot how you get to the damn thing. Maybe if I just put Colleyville. This is old right here. I don't know how you get to it on here. Hold on, y'all. Let me see if I can get to it on here. So that's the books. How do you search this? That's on Google. Look at all these damn things up here. That's what I was trying to. It's a lot. I don't know why it's coming up like this. Well, what's going on here, y'all? So many people been putting this shit up here, man. I don't know how to find that. Hold on, y'all, for 1 second. Let me see how you find this shit. Wait, let me do it like this. So let me stop sharing real quick. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Okay, let me see if I can find this real quick. Bookmark, because I just had it on the other screen. Let's see if I can find this. So I can show y'all this picture real quick. Is this? No, this is something else. Oh, here it is right here. Let me see if I can pull it up. That's it. Damn, I had that. Woo, I'm glad I found it. Okay, let me share it now. Wait a minute, hold up. Let me go back over here and share. Show y'all ass. That's what I'm talking about. Present, share screen. I had to do all this, y'all. Don't make no sense. Okay, wait a minute. What is this? You keep on popping up. Let me close this out. So hold on, let me close this out. Here it is right here. Told y'all, you can damn thing keep on popping up. So I put it up there. Y'all can see that, right? Let me see if I can enlarge this. I'll bet you can't. How do you make this enlarge? You got too much stuff. So you see where it's submitted by me way back in 2009. And that's my son when he was a little baby. That's my husband. And that's it right there. Y'all can see it, right? That's not a person in that house. If y'all can, I don't know if y'all can see this good enough, but that's not a person. That's right. It is not. Listen, when you walk in this house, there is nothing here at all. And Dave is not looking at this. Dave was looking at the house. Now, when my little boy was a little baby, because he was like 8 or 9 months old then, he probably saw that. And you see, I wish I could see this up closer. I would have to go to my Instagram page, but he got on a hat. He's standing just like I told you he was. And with his legs open. You just can't see his hands. He don't got no face or nothing. And that was a hot ass mess. So let's see. Usually one click on view a larger photo. Let me see. One click on here like this. See, one click. Okay. Let's see if I can make it larger. For the tools on your computer increase to 200. That was tools. Let's see. Let me see if I can save it and do it like that. Well, we're not going to do it like that. Let's see. See, this stupid ass right here thought the man's head and the thing was a Porsche. Ain't no damn Porsche like in that damn mansion. And it's not no body. It's no reflection of the surrounding areas outside. I told you people come up with the weirdest stuff. Well, we already know the images. The images in the windows could be the trees and stuff like that. But we're talking about the person in the daggone glass. And look, somebody else thought the reflection, that was a reflection of my husband. Okay, this does not look like him. He's not standing with his hands in his pockets. This person right here is smaller. I told you people just say stupid stuff. He has on a hat. My husband don't have on a hat. This dude is white. He's black. And he's way bigger than this dude. And they're not standing the same way. People say the most stupidest shit. And this is not no reflection of the outside right here. Okay, this up here could be, okay, because you can see the trees, all that. But this right here is a person. Let me see if I can upload this. I don't know how you make this bigger. Yeah, I don't know how to make this big. Hold on, let me stop sharing. Let me see if I can make this bigger real quick with tools. Here it is right here. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see anything. Oh, here it is right here. Zoom. Okay, let me see if I can make it bigger. Okay, now let me show it again. Okay, let me hopefully I don't push off the damn thing. Let me share it again. Now I zoomed it up for y'all to see it a little bit more in depth. People come up with the most stupidest shit. So I'm gonna scare y'all ass today. I'm just playing. So now you can see it a little bit more. Now can y'all see it clear? I just shared it. Let me give it time to come up. Okay, so now let me see if I can see it clear. You can see it a little bit better. Well, you can zoom it in on your phone because I just zoomed in. Now you can see it really clear now. It's blurry because this picture has been transferred so many times. If you can only see the original picture, y'all would be amused, okay, on everything. Even though this picture that I uploaded It's been transferred so many times. Now, you know, good and damn well, this is not no reflection of this dude right here, because this dude right here is bigger, and this is my husband. Is he carrying the baby? I believe my son Sean saw this thing right here. And then this thing right here has on a hat, a weird looking hat. And then he got his hands in his pocket, standing like a cowboy. There's his legs right there. This is his body, period. That's it. The stuff in the windows and stuff, I don't know about this right here because this looks like a face, but this could still be like the sky, the reflection from the sky. Up here, look like a person face up here with a little baby or something. These are not reflections right here. I don't know for sure about this right here. And all this up in here, I don't know what's going on. This is like the sky reflections or what. This house is absolutely gorgeous, though. I'm not going to lie. It was $800 some thousand back in 2009. Okay. See? In Hollywood, I tried to go back and find the house. We couldn't find it. And I even tell people how my little boy, my little baby appeared to be looking at the image in the door glass. My husband was just looking at the house. I said my husband was just looking at the house. Okay, so yeah, no legs. I'm explaining the whole thing. People are so crazy, it's plainly ridiculous. And then you show them some bull crap, and then you know it's fake, and they be talking about it's real. I mean, it's real. Yep, that's it. So that's what I want to show y'all that. So there you go. That's the actual picture I got, and that's the damn trip. And that shit is still up here after all those years. It never goes away. Yeah, I think Deshaun, I think he saw what that is. But I know Dodo Bird right here was looking at the house itself. He didn't see. Now, you couldn't see it anyway. With the naked eye, you didn't see anything. All you saw is the glass. You can't see none of the stuff. Because none of the stuff you can see, not even the reflections on the glass, none of that stuff. When I was out there, my kids were all out in the front of the house, right across from here. They have like a little pond or something, and they were over there looking at that, standing on that thing, looking at that. And then I made a joke. I said, maybe he said, "What these ends doing over here?" Shit, because he stood up there looking at us like, "The hell y'all doing over here?" And this is like, he looked like he's somebody from the olden days or something. You know what I'm saying? Back when they was racist and shit and stuff. So I was like, damn. You couldn't see no boots because his feet wasn't there. Okay, just like his hands wasn't there. You could just tell the way he's standing, his hands was like that. But you can see no dead going. None of that. Told you. Yeah. Yep, you're right. Yeah, we're from all over. Oh, wow. Really? Hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm. So put in the chat if y'all think, if what I showed you, y'all believe that was a ghost. You say you just was tell yourself, wake the hell up. No, I had a real out of body experience. You can just tell yourself to wake up. Because I can see myself laying in the bed with my sleeping clothes on. Yeah. Yep, it sure was. The man at the store called it something else, but he said it was a demon and stuff. So it is what it is, But he didn't mess with us, okay, at all. He was just looking Like he ain't never seen no black people before. That's the joke I made and stuff. But so that's the picture I got, you guys. That's the other experiences. I just wanted to let y'all know anything is possible. Just like with the Nolan Wells situation, we don't exactly know 100%, and anything is possible on everything, anything. And also believe that Shay's Tube got some special little stuff going on. That's how I was able to get rid of that. All right, I even got rid of something for somebody else because they was telling me stuff, and that was it. I don't do it for a lot of people. I'm gonna tell you that right now, but I did, because it was a family member, And then I taught my kids how to do the prayer and stuff, just in case, like, when I pass on, they'll be able to do all that stuff. Yeah, so that was just something I experienced. And with that being said, y'all, hopefully I didn't scare you guys. Have a good night, and I'll see y'all in my next live. I had fun tonight toward the last part. The Nolan Wells thing is not fun. It's a damn shame. And I hope justice is served, okay? Because we need to find out what really happened to that young man. With that being said, oh, you still talking? Okay. You said we used to have a sturdy, robust look to us. Their statues in South America of our ancestors. Sure is. I don't even want to talk about it. I'm going to let y'all talk about this, but yeah. I agree. All right. Black people, though, I will say this. Black people, brown people, as a whole, we need to have more unifications, okay? More unification. We need to stop letting people divide us and stop not standing up for each other, point blank. Because until we do that, it's going to be always people who can divide us. Period. We need to stop attacking each other too, because you got grown ass men on YouTube attacking black women, and you got black women attacking men. So we need to cut that stuff out, point blank. Okay, because I firmly believe when other people see you disrespecting each other, that's why they be disrespecting you. And when black men don't stand up for black women, this is why other race of people do the things they want to do to some black women. Okay, so you got to learn how to stand up for yourself, stand up for each other. And if you're a black man, stand up for that black woman for sure on everything. It's not, and nothing else stop doing. Stop talking about the black man and the black woman online. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. For real. Yep, get soft. That's right. You can disagree, but still, be respectful and, be as you should be. Because like I said over here on Shades Tube, a lot of people, not a lot, but some people do disagree with some things that I say. And then like Margaret, she disagrees with most things I say over there on the Country Wayne thing. And then Jermaine does too. So, but I don't care. We still get along. They still working over here. Jermaine is my mod. So it is what it is. It's like now. He's telling me to get off this live. So you guys have a blessed night. And I will see y'all in my next live. Good night, y'all. Don't forget the thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell notification, share, leave a comment. And y'all know what? Hype this video up. And if you want to donate, you know what to do. Super sticker, super chat, jewels, cash up donation, $, Shades Tube, or cop yourself a membership. Alrighty. Good night, y'all. Yeah, I'm ready to go to bed. Okay. I'll sleep to about 10. Then I'll get up 10 or 11. Okay, well, hopefully it's a good doctor's appointment, like a regular checkup. And, and hopefully everything is good. All right. All right. Do you have is this your channel? Because if so, I'm gonna go over there and check you out and stuff. Let me screenshot. Actually, I can just go to it. Let me see real quick before I leave. I need to go to the dentist. I missed my appointment 3 weeks ago. I don't like going to the dentist, so but I'm gonna make another appointment tomorrow because you gotta take care of them teeth, y'all. They be walking right here looking raggedy. Looking tripped out. Let's see. I just found this app. Let's see. Hold on for a minute, y'all. It's crazy ass thing. Let's see. Let's see if you got a champ. You do. Okay, I'll subscribe to you, check you out and stuff. Y'all make sure y'all check her out, okay? Oh, do you? My dentist is Latino. Okay, I'm gonna check out some of your stuff and everything. Not tonight though. Yeah, but definitely take care of the ones you got. People think as you start aging, you're supposed to be looking a hot ass mess. I think you should look better. You know what I'm saying? I did lives about that because I'm into that medical stuff. I went to school first I wanted to be a pediatrician and stuff. So I stayed in, even though I got out of the field, I still decided to, keep on reading and learning about, anatomy and all of that stuff. Still remember certain medical terminology and everything. So yeah. The only reason I got out of it because I was kind of shy and stuff. And my instructor at the time used to always raise his voice at me and stuff and told me that I was timid as hell. And you're not going to be good in the operating room doing all of that. So that kind of stopped me from doing it and stuff at that time. Because I was only like 17. Because I went to like the high school I went to was like, you had to get accepted into that high school. And it was a medical high school. And so that's all. We did regular subjects too, but we also did medical stuff. And so when I finished high school, I decided to go to college for that. But then after the first year, I decided to change my major again. So then that's when I went into law. Yeah. So it is what it is. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to her and check her out. Have a good, it ain't even nighttime now. Have a good morning. Happy and blessed Wednesday. And I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much.
Yo, turn the lights down low and the drama up. She's late, she's loud, and she live. Woo! You already know who it is. Shades 2, baby. She back again. Mic hot, crowd lit, vibe on 10. Shay walk in like we back again. News, tea, jokes and spins. She don't do small talk, she go in. From the headlines to the comment section, she call names with no correction. You tuned in, don't act brand new. It's late night, baby, she got that view. She say what she want, then laughs all day. Look on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I let and back again. She say what she want, then laughs all day. Look on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. Popcorn ready, wig on alert. She dropped one line, is somebody hurt? Talk show queen with a side of roast. She run this thing from coast to coast. Late on purpose, still on time. She hit you with shade, then call it a rhyme. Talk smart, talk slick, talk flame. Say the name right, yeah, late night with shade. She say what she want, and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. She say what she want, and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. That's right. News, drama, laughs, whatever else you feel like. One mic, one queen. Late night with Shay. On Shay's tube, she back again. It's late night with Shay. Yeah, she say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. Like you thought I left, nah, I'm back again. It's late night with Shay. She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. Like you thought I left, nah, I'm back
All right, y'all. Have a blessed day. And thank you again for watching Shades too. Good night, y'all. Well, not good night, but happy and blessed Wednesday, y'all. Good night for me, though. Oh, man.